And welcome to the show. We're here at the USPA Drug Testing Nationals Day 3 on the blue platform. My name is Mike Newbern. I'm going to be hanging out with you guys today. And kicking things off, we'll have Gary Martin opening up with 242 pounds. That is going to be a good lift. 2-to-1 is a good lift. All right, so we're down here in Atlanta, the USPA Drug Testing Nationals, brought to you by Goggins Force, SBD, Kabuki Strength, loads of great sponsors. You see those back on the banners, back behind the lifters. Joshua Darnell is up next. Joshua's opening up with 369.3 pounds in the bar. And there's a squat command from Melody. And 2-to-1. 2-to-1's a good lift. Ref sheet.
On the way platform will be Sarah Kashi from Collegeville, Pennsylvania. Whitney Girl
All right, and we are live at the USP Drug Tested National Championships in Atlanta, Georgia. Sorry about some technical difficulties kicking things off there, but we missed the first three lifters. Joshua Darnell got a good squat. Carson Harrell got a good squat. And who was the lifter that scratched? And Gary Martin also got his opener. He's scratching his next two attempts, so you won't be able to see Gary squat today. We're sorry about that, those technical errors, those technical difficulties, kicking things off late. My name's Mike Newbern. I'm going to be hanging out with you all day today here on the blue platform. And there's a squat coming in from Melody. That is going to be a good lift for Corey. Coming up next is Andrew Rees. Andrew just graduated from UNO. I had to do a double take because I thought that meant he was playing Uno. No, University of New Orleans. Platform's ready for Andrew. He gets his walkout. There's a squat command from Melody. And Looks good from here. The judges say 3 white lights. That is a good lift. You got Melody Simpson in the head chair.
Lower the block height by 1.
And there's a squat command for Dalton. 440.9 pounds in a bar for Dalton. That is a good lift. So if you were watching either one of the first 2 days, you were seeing the lifters squat with a power bar versus a squat bar. Today we're using a squat bar, and we'll be using squat bar for the remainder of the lifts. Squat bar provided by Kabuki Strength. Alex is a classic raw lifter. Is attempting a state record out of Maryland. See Alex walk up, his knees are real stiff. So classic raw is raw with optional knee wraps. And those knee wraps really add a lot of tightness to the knees. So they do provide with some bouncing up out of the hole. And that's going to be a good lift for Alex. You see Heidi's checking his gear. Got to get those knee wraps unwrapped so he can get some circulation back to those legs. So what they do is they just provide a lot of support, a lot of tightness to the knees. A little bit of help out of the hole, potentially, depending on how well they're wrapped. But it's also a slightly more technical lift as well, rather than just wearing knee sleeves.
Yeah. Andrew. 220.
We're also at the scores table, so you may hear some back and forth with numbers coming back and forth, and that is the expediter calling out the next attempts, getting confirmation back and forth from the referees at the scores table running the scores computer. And we got the bar loaded to 463 for Joel. His opener is good, 3 white lights. That's a good lift. Up next is going to be Nick Evans. We'll take the bar to 222.5 kilograms. That is 490.5 pounds. Part of the game, I guess. I don't have my sign today, so I'll probably hear people coming and talking to me. I gotta put my sign up. Well, the thing's broken. And that is a good lift for Nick. 2-1 is a good lift. He got that, earned that red light there from the head referee.
Active duty Marine Corps. Give it up for Marine Corps. Let's go, Jesse. Big shot.
Jerry on is being handled by Kashmir Hughes. If you had the pleasure of seeing the red platform yesterday, you got to watch Kashmir at 164 pull 711 pounds. He failed on 723. He couldn't quite hold it when he got to the top, dropped the bar. He had it locked out, but if it held on that bar, he would have had a 723 deadlift, which would have been the world record. And that's a 545-pound squat for Jerry on. He's only been lifting for a couple of years. But he's got a great crew he trains with in Kashmir Hughes. And the platform is ready for Carlson. Carlson's out of Cumming, Georgia. We'll get back to the top of the order. We are down to 9 lifters for this flight, so that means after this round is over, we will be taking a 1-minute break before going back to the top of the order. And not quite there for Carson.
He said it's a national record.
Spotters and loaders saved him on that one.
Well, we'll put it. If it's not, they'll have it.
And lower his rack height by 1, please, also.
No lift for
No lift for Carson, that's right.
his rack height. He's doing that again, 180.
All right, Joshua out of Ashland, Maryland is up next. Or Massachusetts, Massachusetts. Maryland, Delaware, duh. 402.3 pounds on the bar for Joshua, 16 years old. And it looks pretty good from here. And see what the judges say about that. 2-1, that's a good lift. Hopefully he'll walk up to Heidi and find out why he missed that lift, so he'll be able to correct it next time. Corey Kendall is coming up next, taking the bar to 451.9 pounds for Corey.
For what? What are you changing it for?
Flight
Like C?
white platform.
White platform is in the middle.
Okay, Carson.
Wait.
We have Josh Darnella.
Yeah.
He wants 185.
Okay.
Carson wants 182.5.
Are we changing it? Okay. 182.5. He's going up.
We're not really running a clock on them up there. We should be because they're...
All right, squat command from Melody for Corey. And it just missed his groove there a little bit. Good save by those spotters and loaders. Andrew Ruiz is coming up next, taking the bar to 463 pounds for Andrew.
No, that just went. Corey. Oh, yeah. Sorry, my bad. So he's doing that again. Is Corey repeating? Yes.
Andrew, by the way, just graduated from University of New Orleans with that degree in marine engineering. And that is a good lift. Taking the bar to 468.5 pounds for Dalton. There's a squat command for Dalton. You are intimidating, Valerie, with your one feeling that I hurt yesterday. I'm just scared now. I'm sitting here at the scorer's table with the ever beautiful Valerie Smith and Candy Nostrand. So sitting next to these pretty ladies brings up my social score. That's why I chose this table today. I'm talking about you, Valerie. You're crying because I'm saying that you guys are making me look good.
I can barely hear what you're saying.
I figured. All right, that was a good lift for Joel. Up next is going to be Alex. We're about rounded out with second attempts here. 485 pounds for Alex. That's going to be a good lift for Alex. That's a new state record. Getting his gear checked. Nick Evans is coming up next. Nick is studying chemical engineering at Georgia Tech. He's going to be our first 500-pound squat of the day. So when a lifter goes up to 500 pounds or better, you will see we bring out 5 spotters, 2 on each side and the back spotters. Just a little bit of extra insurance there to make sure that we keep the lifter safe. The judges jockeying for position there. There's a squat command from Melody. And it looks good from here. Judges agree that's 3 white lights. That's a good lift. Getting his gear checked by Melody there. So whenever a lifter, actually is going to get his gear checked by Heidi. Whenever a lifter attempts a record and has a successful lift, after the lift is over, the referees always check his gear just to make sure there's not slipping anything by. At this level, you really don't see that in USPA. There have been a couple of other feds where lifters were able to get things by and get some records posted, got caught later. But I don't know that I've really seen that happen in USPA. Javarion Fort is coming up. Now, this is a national record attempt with 578.7 pounds on the bar. He's out of Medina, Ohio. Trains with Kashmir Hughes, so he's got a great crew. He trains with, like I was talking about earlier. Not quite there. Got some downward motion there, and so the spotters took it from him. All right, we're going to get some things squared away there. I got it, Katie.
I think Andrew's got it.
All right, so in addition to having a face for radio, I'm also an international referee, and so sometimes I get up and help out a little bit with some decision-making process. And so, what happened with Javarion's squat is the spotters on the lifter's left-hand side saw some downward motion and mistakenly touched the bar prior to the head referee calling it. So because that was an officiating or a crew mistake, he is going to be permitted to take that attempt again, basically repeat his second attempt. So that's going to be no squat for that lifter. So his name's not showing up on the screen anymore, so I'm not sure who that is. Sorry, guys, that was Joshua. So Corey Kincaid is coming up next, taking the bar to 451.9 pounds for Corey. So I'm going to get back to Javarion's squat. So what you saw was the spotters and loaders took the bar prior to the head referee calling it, and so because they touched the bar, he's going to be permitted to retake that, but that's going to be for a second attempt. He's basically going to be able to repeat his second attempt, and then he'll be given a third attempt at the end of the round. That is going to be a good lift for Corey. And I think also I'm overhearing a couple of things. Also, they believe that's for a world record, so it actually kind of worked out for him because we only had national referees in the chair, and we have to have 2 international referees on the platform for a world record attempt.
Is it a 2 or 3 minute break for
9 lifters is a 1 minute break.
no, for Jarvan? He's the last lifter, and then he's got to take another lift.
Yeah, so he'll get a 2 minute break between his second attempt and his third. That's actually the fourth, right? So he'll get a 2 minute break between his next 2 attempts.
He effectively gets the extra minute for his clock anyway.
Correct. Yeah. So he'll get 3 total. Yeah. All right, and because Jerry Evans' squat is actually going to be operating like a 4th attempt, we will be taking a 2 minute break between his next attempt coming up and his actual 4th attempt or actual 3rd attempt. And then if he decides to take a 4th, it'll be another 2 minute break before he takes a 4th. But he has to make his 3rd attempt before he can take his 4th. So I know it can be really confusing, but that's a heck of a grind out of Andrew. And that's 2 white lights. That's a good lift. 2 to 1's a good lift. All right, Dalton Steed's coming up next, taking the bar to 485 pounds for Dalton. He was successful at 212 kilos. This is a 7.5 kilo jump, which is roughly a 20-pound jump. So, and that just pinned him at the bottom of the hole. That's a good job by the spotters and loaders saving him. Joel. It's not quite there for Joel. 495 pounds on the bar for Joel. Up next is going to be Alex Schreier. This is for a state record out of Maryland. 507.1 pounds on the bar for Alex. And not quite there for Alex. A lot of third attempts are going unmade today. And you know, I kind of get mixed feelings about that. You want to go, you know, you really want your third attempt to be something that you probably haven't hit before, or if you've had a reset in your training cycle, or like you're recovering from injury, to kind of revamp yourself. So it needs to be, in my opinion, it needs to be something that pushes yourself. So I can see lifters missing third attempts. But a lot of folks really take a lot of pleasure in going 9 for 9 or 8 for 8 if they scratch a third somewhere. And I've done that a few times myself, done a lot of 9 for 9s, a lot of 8 for 8 days. I've also bombed out before, so I've kind of run the gamut. 545.6 pounds proved to be a little bit too much for Nick. All right, so now Javarion is coming up, and he's going to actually take his second attempt, and this is for a world record.
It's a world record, Katie.
This is for a world record, so we need to get 2 international referees in the chair, and then we're going to give him 2 minutes. 2 minutes to take his third attempt. We're getting the computer squared away now. And here we go. Here we go. $578.7 pounds on the bar for Jerry Avon. And he smoked that one. That's a smoke show right there. Let's see if the judge. Oh, 2-1. That is no lift. He still gets one more try. All right, so he's going to take a 2-minute break and get one more try.
Okay. So he missed that one, so now I can just put in. So he's got it. Is he taking the same thing?
Yeah, no, that's his second.
Yeah, no, that's his second attempt, so he can go up.
Okay. Andrew's feeling that right now.
What's he doing? He's going to 272.5.
All right, he's actually taking a 10-kilo jump. That's what I heard.
272.5. 272.5.
Yep, that's what I heard. I know, it's the same thing. I'm thinking the same thing. So there's a little bit of question here at the scorers table. Whenever a lifter misses a lift and then takes a jump, we're always a little suspicious about that. But he's being handled by Kashmir Hughes, and so he wants to take 600 pounds. So we're going to give him 2 minutes after the bar is loaded. We're going to give him 2 minutes after the bar is loaded. He's going to come back and attempt that again. Or actually take a 10-kilo jump, and this will be his third attempt. If this attempt is successful, he can't.
Blue 2-1.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the correct one.
I think
Right.
I was more like,
Yeah, so we're taking the bar to 272.5 kilograms, which is 600.8 pounds. So like I was saying before I got distracted there by another question, was that if this lift is successful, he can take a 2-minute break and then attempt to chip this record for a fourth attempt. All right, so we're coming up on the first minute of his 2-minute break.
okay. I just went here.
All right, platform's ready for Javarion. 600.8 pounds on the bar. This is actually his third attempt. So you remember correctly, that second attempt was a error by the staff. Here we go, it's a world record. And no lift. All right, that's it. So no fourth attempt for Javarion.
Hey, y'all got a post-it note?
For what? For what?
That's an unfortunate set of circumstances for Javarion. Because that second attempt, I did observe downward motion over here from where I was at. And you can always go back and replay it yourself once the replay is available. I did observe downward motion. But the spotters and loaders touched the bar on the left side before it was called by the refs. So he was awarded a retake of that second attempt. And I'm not sure why he missed his second attempt.
Hey, Andrew, why did he miss that second attempt? Andrew, why did Javarion miss that second attempt? Depth? No.
The second one.
The second
It
one,
was depth.
where he stood up.
Oh, the second one was depth.
Depth, yeah.
Yeah, so he did miss that second one over depth. I just had a discussion with Andrew, one of the international referees in the chair for that. And then he elected to take a jump to better that because he felt like he could get it. But unfortunately, the bad thing about that is that it's really more like a fourth attempt because you've already taken 3. And there just wasn't enough in the tank for him to stand back up with 600 pounds. So the drama that can play out here at the 2022 National Championships. All right, so we've got the spotters and loaders ready to go. The judges are rotating out. We're getting new judges in the chair. Candy Nostrand is going to be on the lifter's right-hand side. That'll be the left light. And then Valerie Smith, bench queen extraordinaire, is going to be, I think she heard that one. I probably might have. Is going to be sitting in the lifter's left-hand side, which will be the right light. And then Molly Yaradaku on the center of the platform, which is the center light. So the judges' lights line up to the position they are on the platform as you're looking at it from the audience. So they're getting some things squared away with the judges' rotation.
I'm looking for somebody because this flash is like fucking with these lifters in the back. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, that can't be, that's safety. So.
All right.
Hey. Right in the middle.
So we're getting some judges' situations squared away. All right, we're kicking off Flight B with Daniel Quack out of Simpsonville, South Carolina. He's opening up with 330.7 pounds. That is going to be a good lift. Up next is Michael Hoptek. Michael is an engineer currently living in Fort Worth, Texas. This is his third USPA meet.
1625. She was probably not put here either.
All right, the bar is loaded to 380 pounds from Michael. There's his walkout, the squat command from Molly. That is a good lift.
Lower to 12, okay.
All right, so Holly is actually being replaced by Colin Rhodes. So the right light is going to be Colin Rhodes, international IPL referee. All right, Matthew's up next. Matthew is a former NCAA Division I athlete, a swimming and diving athlete out of the Cleveland, Ohio area. I think I may have actually met Matthew earlier this morning or yesterday, talking about being out of Cleveland. know some people up that way. And that is going to be a good lift for Matthew. Actually, that's really close to where Doug and Ken Nostrand are at. They're out of the Perrysburg, Sylvania, Toledo area. A couple of great meet directors for the USPA.
1975.
And Luke is up next. Luke is the co-owner of Misfits Barbell Club out of North Alabama. He's out of Moulton. And that's a good lift for Luke. Got that red light from Colin. Coach chatted with him really quickly to find out what the red light was for.
Well, I didn't know when they went in. Sometimes 202.5. The experienced guys know that there's a weight on the ball, you get short.
And Parker, 435.4 pounds on the bar for Parker, and that's a good lift. So you notice Parker wearing a headband. Headbands are permitted in USPA on the platform. Caps are not. Of course, there is a religious exemption. So for a lifter that practices a religion that requires head covering, lifters are permitted to wear those on the platform. And for the costume or the singlet, knee sleeves, socks that you see with Grant, 440.9 pounds of bar for Grant, there has to be skin visible between each of those pieces of gear. However, for a lifter that has practiced religion, so Muslim women, for example, I've seen compete, and for religious purposes, they're allowed to wear full-length leggings, and that's a good lift. The USPA is very accommodating to the lifter's needs, opening up the competition to a wide variety of folks. In fact, I think the USPA has it figured out when it comes to the transgender athletes. And the rule is that if you're competing as a transgender athlete, whether it be male to female, female to male, you are allowed to compete in the untested division, but you're not permitted to compete in the tested division. And Derek stands back up with 451.9 pounds. That's going to be a good lift. Up next is going to be Connor Dalrymple out of Brookhaven, Georgia.
Thought about it a lot. 217.5.
And there's a squat command for Connor. 463 pounds on the bar for Connor. That's going to be a good lift. And there's squat command for Kyle. That's a good lift for Kyle. Taking a bar to 474 pounds for Igor Fernandez out of Elizabeth, New Jersey. And there's a squat command with 474 pounds on the bar for Igor. And he stands back up with it. That's 3 white lights. That's a good lift.
I apologize. I'm sorry. I didn't
I mean, right here.
Well, Bruce, stroking the clip.
230. Igor.
I'll try to get more.
All right, so we're sorry about that little bit of language there for you folks that may have small children watching or found that offensive. The very excited girlfriend / handler for Igor was just really got let her emotions get the best of her, and so she was warned, and she promised us it won't happen again. So we pride ourselves in being a family event, a family affair, and so we apologize for that.
Let's wait till this one's done, and then we're going to take, a few seconds break.
You want to do it at the end of the flight?
Yeah, we can do that.
Let them finish their flight.
And there's the squat command for Derek, 507.1 pounds on the bar. And to lower that rack height for him there. So we're going to take the rack height down one more for him.
Is the lifter asking for that?
Two, three, five.
All right, Sergio's up to the platform. 512.6 pounds of bar for Sergio. He's out of Stoneham, Massachusetts. And there's a welcome in from Molly. And that is 3 white lights. So going back to Derek, sometimes when lifters get their rack heights in the, when they do it at weigh-ins, there's nothing on the bar. And so sometimes lifters will get a rack height with nothing on the bar and not take into account that a lot of weight can actually compress them. And in the case of Derek, the weight compressed him so much that he needed to take that rack height down by 2. So he chose the wrong rack height to start with because he couldn't get up underneath it. And then the second issue with him was that that's a good lift for Kyle. Daniel Quack is coming up next. We're back to the top of the order with 358.2 pounds in the bar. And so once you get a lot of weight on the bar, it actually compresses your spine and compresses you. And so what was a good rack height at, say, 300 pounds may be too high now at, say, 500 pounds.
250. Okay, we're taking a break for a second.
And actually, I used to train with Matt Wenning in the Columbus, Ohio area. And I remember one day after squatting, Matt talked about his 1,000. So we're going to take a little bit of a break to get a lifter entered in this flight. So we won't be going directly to Daniel, so give us just a second. All right. So anyway, I remember training with Matt Wenning, talking about the bar compressing you. So Matt's a 1,000-pound squatter, and he talked about unracking 1,000 pounds. Of course, they're doing that out of a monolift, right? So you're not walking the bar. And he said he could feel his femurs bending under him, and his hips starting to come up out of So heavy weight does compress lifters. So that's what I was talking about earlier when with Derek coming to the bar and actually it being too high for him with 500 pounds on there. But could you imagine that? Your femurs, you can feel your femurs bending. You know one of the ways he got really strong is he worked at a foundry when he was a teenager. And he worked at a foundry when he was a teenager, and so instead of he couldn't train, so he wore 5 to 10 pound weights on his ankles, and he spent 8 to 10 hours a day walking around carrying pipes with 5 to 10 pound ankle weights on. Talk about Matt Wenning. Yeah. Having a couple of offside conversations there. You guys are hearing me talking to a couple of folks just walked up. Kate Haddad just walked up to the table, hanging out with us, chatting a little bit. She's not wearing her shirt today, so are you handling a lift today, Kate?
I'm helping with drug testing at the end of the day and jumping in wherever need be. But I have a guy doing bench only.
So she is handling a lift today. So
wherever I need to be.
she is handling a lift today. You did see her referee yesterday, but I don't know that she'll be doing much reffing today. All right, so we're getting this lifter that's being added to the flight there squared away. I'm not really sure why a new lifter is being added. I'll get that clarification once they get that all squared away.
Who is?
Yeah. Right here? Stay record. Yes. Okay, good. I did my job.
What's that all about? Huh? And the next flight? Actually, I wasn't on this flight. That's on the next flight. We're missing a lift on the next flight, so they went ahead and got that lifter added. Just took a little bit extra break there between rounds. All right, so Daniel Quack is coming up with 358.2 pounds in the bar for his second attempt. And that's going to be a good lift for Daniel. We're going to take the bar to 402.3 pounds for Michael Hoptak.
One 182.5. Daniel, I have 182.5.
And there's the squat command. That is going to be a good lift for Michael. Matthew is coming up to the next. 435.4 pounds being go to the bar for Matthew.
Andrew, 185. Michael, 185.
185, Michael.
And that is no lift for Matthew. Usually when you sit on the sides like that, it means they didn't quite hit depth. Luke Lovelady is up next. Out of North Alabama.
Repeat, 197.5.
And that is going to be a good lift for Luke. All right, Parker's coming up next. Parker's out of Huntsville, Alabama. Huntsville, by the way, was just awarded Space Command. And that is going to be no lift for Parker. Didn't quite have it in him to stand up with it. 474 pounds being low to the bar for Grant. And Grant out of Nashville, Tennessee is coming up next. I'm actually wearing a t-shirt from a gym out of Nashville, Tennessee that hosts USPA meets. Southside Strength, actually in Brentwood. Lots of great lifters up in Nashville, actually. And that's going to be a no lift for Grant. Gonna find out from the refs what he missed that for. All right, Derek is coming up next from Melissa, Texas. We're gonna take the bar to 479.5 pounds for Derek. And the bar is loaded, platform's ready for Derek. And that's a good lift for Derek. We're going to take the bar to 485 pounds for Kyle. Kyle trains out of his home gym in Grayson, Georgia. All right, 485 pounds in the bar for Kyle.
Darren. 227.5 for Darren.
And let's see what the judges say about that. That is a good lift for Kyle. Connor is up next out of Brookhaven, Georgia. Taking the bar to 490.5 pounds for Connor.
Kyle.
I want to put on a jacket every time I try to walk to the bathroom, so nobody asks me questions. I don't know the answer.
All right. That's 490 pounds for Connor, and he stands back up with it. That's a good lift. All right, Igor is up next with the state record, taking a bar to 507.1 pounds for Igor. Out of Elizabeth, New Jersey. And there's a squat command. There we go. That looks good from here. This is what the judges say about that. 3 white lights, that's a good lift. Good lift for Igor. He's got his cheering crowd for him. All right, here comes Derek. Hopefully we got that rack height right for Derek this time. 518.1 pounds on the bar.
232.5 Igor.
And there's the squat command. Oh, not quite there. Not quite there. Buried in the hole. All right, up next is going to be Sergio Villagran. This is a state record for Massachusetts. 540.1 pounds on the bar for Sergio.
Mike, are you ethnically Scottish?
It's a kilt, Andrew.
Well, Molly's McGregor.
Molly's what?
She's a McGregor.
Okay.
So is Roy.
Okay.
And by marriage.
You are as well. Yeah, well, my name is Newbern, which is German, but my mother's maiden name is Heyer, which is a English version of O'Hare. So I'm O'Hare. But we haven't been able to find the tartan just yet, so I just wear like a national tartan when I wear a tartan.
Yeah, we have our tartan. Her dad came right over from Scotland.
Oh, so you know exactly all that.
He
Yeah.
is track,
Yeah. All right, there's a squat command for Sergio. 540.1 pounds on the bar. And he stands up with it. Let's see what the judges say. That's going to be 2-1, no lift. Looks like probably a depth issue for him.
Hoping this year, like Roy graduates high school this year. And, he's not speaking. He indicates on a letterboard. And we got straight A's in all 8 classes. Right? So as a present, we're taking him to teach. So we want to take him to some of his ancestral hunts. Like his literal ancestral grounds in Scotland.
Oh, cool. Cool.
So trying to do that in August.
It's too bad there's not like a meet out there you can double up, you know? Be like a world meet.
She wants to get us in the field for
All right, here comes Kyle. Kyle took first place in the Rust Belt Rumble at the 181 weight class. That's up in the Cleveland, Ohio area. And that is going to be a good lift for Kyle at 551.2 pounds. All right, we're going back to the top of the order. Is that a good lift? I don't see the lights.
Molly, that was Kyle, right?
That was Kyle.
That was Kyle. And that was a good lift?
255 for Kyle.
Got it.
Those lights went by fast. So just having a conversation. I was just having a conversation with Andrew about tartans and kilts. I wear a kilt. Actually, you can find me on Instagram as Kilted Lifter, K-I-L-T-E-D, Lifter, Kilted Lifter. And my Irish heritage is O'Hare, and he's actually a McGregor. So very clear what his tartan is.
It's 135.
I'm just gonna do a little arrow here.
All right, there's a squat command for Daniel. He stands back up with it. It's 402 pounds. Has no lift.
What's the opening with?
All right, Michael Hoptak has come up next. Taking a bar to 407.9 pounds for Michael.
Okay.
Lowering his rack height.
She's gonna take it in court. She's gonna take it in court.
All right, there's a squat command from Michael. He stands back up with it. That's going to be a good lift. Matthew Shen is coming up next. He missed his second attempt at 197.5. Just kind of got stuck in the hole there. It's in the Cleveland, Ohio area. Speaking of the Cleveland, Ohio area, Doug Nostrand is standing right behind me, meat director extraordinaire. You want to sit down, Doug, chat for a minute?
Sure, I can sit for a moment.
So guys, this is Doug. You can find Doug on Instagram at Alpha Fitness and Great Lakes Powerlifting. He's a meet director up there in the Northern Ohio area. So a big event like this, Doug, you've been part of these things for a long time. Big events like this, dating all the way back to, 2017 with USPA specifically, right?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, lifting a lot longer than that. You actually lifted with one of the GOATs himself, Steve Goggins. Yeah, so Steve was
Goggins.
He was your
my
mentor
coach
and
mentor starting in 1988. So
yeah, so way
Fort
back
Hood,
in the
Texas.
day.
Fort Hood.
It takes a lot to put one of these events on. As we watch Matthew attempt 435.4 pounds.
Get it.
There we go.
There you go.
That looks good from here.
Look good.
Yep. So
it is good.
It takes a lot to put one of these events on.
The village, man. There's a lot of volunteer hours, a lot of help. Everybody throwing in, tons of reps doing lots of different jobs. There's no job title there.
There's
Everybody's
no job,
everything.
that's right. But specifically as the meet director, you have, so you're a meet director, Gary Brewer's a meet director, Heidi Dinel's a meet director. We have several meet directors here actually helping out.
It's delegate to the people that know what they're doing and get them in the areas that they're experts at, and I'm not an expert at every event and every angle of every event by any stretch, but I bring in people like you, Mike, that are. And we bring in the best referees that Candy and I can get, and and consistency. But just people that are willing to check their ego at the door and come in and roll their sleeves up and help, because these are a ton of work. There's probably 30,000 pounds of equipment that's got to come up elevators, freight elevators, spotters and loaders carrying equipment. It's unreal how much equipment comes and goes.
Oh yeah, so as we're watching Luke take 457.5 pounds. So you mentioned 30,000 pounds of equipment that comes up the door. So there's no way that Steve Goggins owns 30,000 pounds of equipment. So even though Kabuki Strength stepped up the plate, donated lots of bars, a lot of these plates come from other meet directors as well. I know for a fact that Gary Brewer brought a lot of weight with him. So when you see
weights, racks,
everything,
other bars. I mean, Kabuki stepped up and brought all the bars.
So that's going to be a no lift. That's going to be a no lift. So Parker's up next with 468.5. So when you see a meet director, when you see a meet that's being hosted by a meet director, that meet director tends to get a lot of the credit, but really what ends up happening is there's loads of different people, loads of different meet directors that step up to help out that really are just doing it because we all love the sport and we want to give folks another chance to step up. So can you talk about that whole camaraderie and environment within just the sport in general?
Well, yeah, I mean, and again, Steve, when he got the bid for running this Nationals, he reached out to Candy and I and said, hey, I want to count on you guys to participate. And I said, well, we've got 2 options. I can fly in and be there the entire time, or I can drive in and bring equipment. Well, it worked out better to have some of these closer regional guys like Gary to bring the equipment, and then Candy and I just being here for a longer stretch. But it's just a matter of everybody rolling their sleeves up and chipping in with what they can, whether it's equipment, whether it's time, resources. It takes a village. There's a lot going on here. I don't know how many staff members we have here, but it's probably around 100.
So Parker unfortunately missed that. I was a little worried about Parker sliding back there and into the spotter's hands, but he was able to stay in the groove. Just couldn't get it up out of the hole. Grant's coming up next. We're loading the bar at 474 pounds for Grant.
The part about running a big meet like this is pretty amazing. I mean, we walk in here on, day 1, and you've got 60 to 100 people that have never worked with each other on 3 platforms, which is unprecedented, and we pulled it off. And it's gotten better every day, and right now this is going really smooth.
Yeah.
I think the lifters are happy. We've made some changes in the warm-up area, gave them a little more breathing room, so I look for this thing to finish really, really well. We're going to see a lot of big numbers today.
We've already seen some big squats today. We've already seen a couple of 600-pound attempts.
I refereed in the first platform, and we had 5 world records in the first flight, so that's impressive.
Wow. All right, so Grant's attempt is good. 2 to 1, that's a good lift for Grant. The bar is going to, that was a good lift for Grant. So the bar is going to 501 for Derek. Yeah, so, it's a lot of fun doing these things, but man, it is tiring as well. I know you and I had dinner that first night, and we walked straight out of here to the restaurant and hotel, and it was 8:15 when we sat down. And the day began for us at like 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, long day.
Yeah,
long day.
Long,
very
long
tiring. You eat when you get 30 seconds. I'm over there eating a breakfast wrap with a remote in one hand and breakfast in the other. But you just get it done and keep a smile on your face and remember that this isn't about us. This is about the guys and girls in the back that trained hard to get here and make it the best experience you can for them. And
yep. And Derek put on a show. That's a heck of a grind out of Derek. Let's see what the judges say.
Nice.
Yeah, that was
Three
good.
white lights.
3 white lights.
Finishing strong on that squat. There he is, the legend himself, Steve Goggins, coming by.
There is the legend himself. Look at him plugging things in. I mean, one of the greatest powerlifters of all time, cleaning the bathroom.
Cleaning the bathroom.
You know what I mean? So that's what it's all about. And every time I see Steve while I'm down here, he says, "Hey man, you all right? You got everything you need? You feeling okay? Can I do anything for you?" I'm like, "Steve, I'm here working for you." He's like, "I just want to make sure you guys are okay so this event runs well, So it's that kind of stuff that's refreshing to see, you know what I mean?
He's a legend in many ways.
That's true.
1102, ambassador of the sport all around the world. He's
a great ambassador of the sport.
Great meet director. He's my big brother.
Yeah, I'm fortunate to have him sort of in my backyard now. I used to be up there with you guys before I moved down here for a job. And all right, Kyle's coming to the bar with 501.5 on there. So here's Kyle's attempt.
Got it. Got it.
What,
that was good.
I'll tell you what, there's no question about depth on that.
No.
You know what I mean?
No, 3 whites. No, he sat on the floor.
Yeah.
That was a deep squat.
So now, I'm very fortunate now that, that Steve is in my backyard, or I'm in Steve's backyard, however you want to look at it, and do a lot of meets with Steve, go help Steve out in Nashville, help him out here in Atlanta. And it's a pleasure working with him every single time,
Well, I mean, Candy and I have a lot of options as far as when and where we compete, and Candy's lifted at her last 3 events have been here with Steve in Atlanta, so we travel down here to lift in his events. We were down here for the Relentless back in August last year. Really well-run meet. We had a really, you were there, so I mean, we had a good time. It's consistency. I mean, if you're a meet director, you need to be consistent,
Correct, yeah.
Bring your game, bring your setup, and lifters appreciate that. They know what to expect. They know what they're getting when they sign it. Sometimes the steel is unforgiving, as we just saw.
We saw with Igor, yeah. I mean, Igor's had a pretty good first couple of squats, and just that third one didn't quite have it in the tank on that third one.
Well, it's the Nationals, man. That third attempt is PR, go for broke.
That's right. I was talking about that earlier. You know,
Can't
sometimes,
take it home with you.
No, I was talking about that earlier. You know, sometimes you know, a lot of lifters take a lot of pride out of going 9 for 9 all the time, and I'm like, are you really pushing yourself if you're 9 for 9 at every meet? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it is. Or you underbid your attempts. You know, so you've left some up there. But hell, I'd rather go, you know, maybe 7 for 9. You know, and miss something to know, okay, well, that was tapped out. You know,
Right.
Number 2 was it, and that's okay. And that's where I'm at today.
Yep. So Derek missed his second attempt at 235. He's repeating this. Just didn't quite have it in there once he got into the hole. So let's see if he's able to dial it in. Maybe it was a technical thing.
Here we go. Coming back on a third stuff. Get it.
Nope.
Not today.
No,
Not today.
just as soon as I saw that head dip forward there a little bit, I was like, yeah.
The chin gets over the skis and it's over,
That's
man.
it. You're done. It's donezo. The chin gets over the skis. I've never heard that before. So Connor's coming up next, taking the bar to 523.6 pounds for Connor. So when you got to get up and walk away, man, just head on out, you know, and head on to where you got to go. One of the things about being an international referee at one of these things is sometimes, you know, we put national referees in the chair, and you end up calling a whole lot of lifts on the, you know, in that flight because there's a lot of world record attempts.
Right.
But
yeah, like I said, I mean, the first flight A, out of the box on the white platform where I was at, I mean, 5 world records in one flight. That's wild.
I want to say that so far this year, the IPL has made 3 new international referees so far this year. Yours truly being one of them. And I believe that we are at 95 IPL referees across the entire, across the entire planet.
You're the stats guy, man. I don't know numbers. I count on my fingers.
But it's a very exclusive club, so you know, one that I'm proud to be a member of. And you and Candy, after, we're one of the 3 that made it this year too, right?
Yeah. Both of us became internationals this year, and long time coming, man. But we got it done, and I'm just happy to be a part of it.
Yeah.
I like walking around in my gray shirt, you know. Now I just need a kilt.
I can tell you where to get one. We'll have to wear matching
Don't give me
kilts.
yours.
Okay, I
Don't
won't give you
yours.
mine. We'll give you mine.
We're not ready for that.
Yeah, all right, that was no lift for Connor. Sergio's coming up next. He's attempting a state record out of Massachusetts with 556.7 pounds on the bar.
252 kilos.
Yep. Weighing in at 82 kilos. So for those of you who are math inclined, know that that's better than three times his body weight. I'll tell you what, man, better than 3 times your body weight on a squat at a tested meet is something to behold, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, again, you're talking about, you know, elite, international elite lifter.
All right, he's getting the crowd hyped up.
Oh, it's a big
There's a
squat.
squat command.
Let's look.
That looks good
Go
from
to
here.
the lights, man. That was close.
Oh, not quite there on depth.
I was wondering on that.
You were curious?
That was a call right there.
We
Could have gone either way.
Could have gone either way. You know, I've been having a lot of fun doing this, and you know, working with different meet directors and whatnot. And Gary Brewer asked me a question a couple of weeks ago. He said, "So when are you going to start directing? When's going to be your first meet?" And I'm like, "Bro, no." I was like, "Bro, listen. When we walk away from this meet today, I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm done. I don't have to do anything else. You meet directors are still doing, and Heidi's sitting next to us. She can attest to that too. You meet directors are still doing work for a good 3 or 4 days after the fact.
You got cards. You got to send your results in. You know,
if it's a tested meet,
you got drug testing. You know, you got to. I go back. I clean up the equipment. I go back through all the electronics. Make sure everything's good to go. All my cables, all the wires. I mean, there's so much equipment. I don't think people even realize.
And not quite there for Kyle. Yeah, 562.2. So that was a good fight out of Kyle, but just not quite there.
Out of that flight. Saw some good lifts. That was awesome.
So now we're going to roll right into flight C. So I think Doug's got to go hit the chair on the other side.
I got to go expedite, I think.
Oh, you got to go expedite?
Yeah, I get to write numbers down. So I got a gray shirt. Yeah, I can write numbers down.
Hey, listen, thanks for sitting down and chatting with me. I appreciate it.
Sure, Mike, I'll be back.
All right. All right, so that was a really good chat with Doug. I really wanted to bring up Doug up here and kind of talk about what it takes to run one of these things, and specifically, you know, a lot of times we give all the credit to like one meet director, and honestly, a lot of times these big events, you may have one meet director that is sort of running the show, but you have so many other meet directors, staff members, officials that are helping out so much that it's really hard to just say one person deserves all the credit. Now, don't get me wrong, Steve does phenomenal work, and Steve's a great force in the organization and in powerlifting in general. And it's a testament to Steve's, it's a testament to how much people respect and love him that we take days off of our regular jobs to come down here and help out.
You see where the second lifter was written in at the bottom?
Contrary to common opinion that, you know, I will see online, there is not a lot of money in doing this. Not a lot of money at all. Most of us are down here, we're effectively volunteers. Our travel and expenses are being paid for, and we might be a little bit of extra cash to go out and grab a beer after the event's over, but a lot of us are doing this, and we're just doing it because we enjoy doing it. And a lot of meet directors, honestly, a lot of meet directors lose money on a lot of meets. And you're talking about meet directors that are hosting 10 to 12 meets a year that are just breaking even. So it's a common misconception that meet directors are making tons of money doing this. So Michael walks out with 242.5 on the bar, and that is going to be a good lift for that retired Master Sergeant. Keith Tillman is coming up next. We're taking the bar to 297.6 pounds for Keith. It's master lifter. But we come down here, you know, we converge on these things, and it gives us a chance to all get together and there's the squat command for Keith. Let's see what the judges say about that. That's going to be a good lift. You know, it gives us a chance to all get together and socialize with each other and catch up, and sometimes we get to train together. You know, we might stay an extra day or so, and we'll hit a gym up together, or we'll go to, we'll actually train here in the warm-up area after the meet's over at night. And we make friends all over the country and all over the world. Got some friends over in the Great Britain area that come down for World Championships, or Canada. All right, this is downtown Bobby Brown coming up out of Harvest, Alabama. And it looks good from here, at least what the judges say about that. It's going to be 3 white lights for Bobby. I see Bobby compete quite a bit down there in Alabama, reffing a lot of meets out that way. Gianni Iandanza is up next. He's the founding member of For the Brother Martin Crusader Alumni Powerlifting. Taking a bar to 385.8 pounds for Gianni. You see Candy pulling double duty over there, actually expediting and calling lifts from the chair. This is for a state record out of Louisiana. And there's a squat command for Gianni. That looks easy from here. Let's see what the judges say about that. That's going to be 3 white lights for Gianni.
1825. 18.5.
All right, Jason's up to the platform. Came all the way in from Waipahu, Hawaii. And he's squatted down, stood up with it. That's 3 white lights. That's a good lift. Fun little fact, Jason came in from Hawaii, and Heidi, the head ref, is a Hawaii native. All right, Ezekiel Kaufman is coming up next. Ezekiel Kaufman's coming up next. Taking the bar to 407.9 pounds for Ezekiel.
No, it's in its name. So as long as it doesn't change, that's not for the world record. But good, it's good to check. Okay, thank you.
No kidding. Oh. And Sean is coming to the platform. 429.9 pounds on the bar for Sean. That's going to be a good lift for Sean. Play the same weight for Wayne. Wayne's out of Springfield, Oregon.
You know what? Now it's gonna fall apart.
And Wayne squats 429.9 pounds for a good lift. 2 to 1's a good lift. Looks like that right side judge there, it's Colin. Said he didn't quite meet the depth. Up next is Randy Fry out of Reedsburg, Wisconsin. Randy is also a USPA meet director out of the Wisconsin area. .435 on his back. He squats, stands up with it, and the judges say 3 white lights. That's a good lift.
Down one. Was that
All right, up next is going to be James Palermo out of Millsboro, Delaware. taking the bar to 440.9 pounds for James. And there's the squat command. Kirk Wittenberg is coming up next out of Fredericksburg, Virginia. Taking a bar to 485 pounds. Kirk weighed in at 196.7 pounds, so his opener is roughly 2.5 times his body weight. So you see Kirk is also wearing elbow wraps in addition to his, elbow sleeves in addition to his knee sleeves, belt, singlet. Elbow sleeves are permitted in the squat and the deadlift, but not the bench press. So there's the squat command for Kirk. All right, that's a good looking lift from here. Let's see what the judges say. 3-0 lights, that's a good lift. Kirk, by the way, is being handled and coached by Donnie Tudall. So you can always tell when a lifter has a good quality coach.
Sleeve. I did. I corrected myself, though.
Yeah, you can hear me say stuff wrong, but not when I say stuff right. Is that what you're saying?
What?
The peanut gallery over here, Valerie Smith.
237
Donnie also is a USPA referee and meet director out of Montana. Here handling some of his athletes. All right, Mason Salisbury is up out of Apex, North Carolina. And from here, it looks like a good lift. The judges say 3-0 lights. That is a good lift. Terry Smith Jr. is coming up next. Same rack height, same weight. So this will be a quick change out. He's a former Louisville Cardinals track and field sprinter, University of Louisville. I actually had the chance to chat with Terry this morning a little bit. Got in the elevator and coming down first thing this morning. Terry declined to get coffee, so I question his humanity.
world.
There's a squat command for Terry. That is going to be a good lift. 3-0 lights is a good lift. I'm always on. What's up?
We got this girl over here. She's holding the spot underneath her weights. Supposed to be underneath the arms. On the end. Can you help her when she does the watch the way she spots? Like her, we're doing 500 pounds with her hands under the weights and touching. I'm not the best spotter in the world, so I don't really see people very well.
All right, and there's a squat command from Michael. 270.1 pounds in the bar. And Keith puts 319 on his back, squat stand, stands back up with it. 2 to 1, that's a good lift. Gianni Iandanza is coming up next. Taking a bar to 402.3 for Gianni.
Do we have a...
All right, here comes downtown Bobby Brown out of Harvest, Alabama. That was a good lift for Bobby. Bobby's actually going to scratch his next attempt. He's done for the day. All right, coming up next is going to be Jason Roberts. 407.9 pounds on the bar for Jason. He's out of Waipahu, Hawaii. Fun little fact, actually, Heidi is a Hawaii native. So the head referee is from Hawaii and the lifter's from Hawaii, but here we are in Atlanta, Georgia. And that looks like a good lift from here. Let's see what the judges say about that. Yep. 3 white lights, that's a good lift. Ezekiel Kaufman is up next out of Arden, North Carolina. We're taking a bar to 435.4 pounds.
1925.
And that's going to be no lift for Ezekiel. Just not quite there. He's going to repeat that, it looks like. See if he can dial that in. Sean Marlowe is coming up next, taking a bar to 451.9 pounds for Sean. Randy Fry is coming up next, tipping 451.9 pounds. So once he got the rack command, he actually took a step in the backwards direction. All right. The same weight for Randy, 451.9 pounds on the bar. Randy squats down, stands back up with it. The judges say 3-0 lights. That's a good lift for Randy. James Palermo's coming up next with the same weight. All we're going to do is just adjust the rack height. All right, James walks out 451. There's a squat command from Heidi. And he stands back up with it. That is going to be a good lift for James. Wayne Collins is up to the platform next. We're taking the bar to 463 pounds for Wayne. Wayne walks it out. There's the squat command from Heidi. And not quite there. 463 pounds. Got the better of Wayne that time. Connie showed you? Okay. For his lifter? That's Heidi's call. All right, so here we go. Trying to get in place. The spotter loader's all set up. And and that is going to be a good lift for Terry. Kirk Wittenberg is coming up next, attempting a state record of 523.6 pounds. All right, the coach caught a little bit of an error on the loading, a little bit loose. All right, and there's a squat command for Kirk. That is going to be a good lift. Mason is coming up next. 529.1 pounds to bar for Mason. This is for a world record.
Get it up. You can tell who comes out of CrossFit and who doesn't. Come on, we don't have all day.
And it looks like a good lift from here, at least what the judges say about that. 3 white lights, that's a new world record. That's a new world record for Kirk.
Hey, 240.5 world record. Just confirm it.
All right, Michael's coming up next. We're back to the top of the order. Loading the bar to 303.1 pounds for Michael. This is a state record out of South Carolina. And there's Michael's walkout. Squat command from Heidi. Keith Tillman is up next, taking the bar at 330.7 pounds for Keith. Platform's ready for Keith. Gianni Iandanza has come up next. 402.3 pounds of bar for Gianni. This will be a state record out of Louisiana.
Yeah, Steve definitely needs to.
Don't you have his contact information?
Yeah, he's not answering crap right now.
Well, that's because his phone's playing the music. That's because his phone's playing the music.
No, he's got two.
Oh.
He's one of those.
And that's going to be a good lift for Gianni. All right, Jason Roberts out of Waipahu, Hawaii is up next. All right, here comes Jason. 424.4 pounds is on the bar. That's a good lift for Jason. 3 for 3. Ezekiel Kaufman's coming up next with 435.4 pounds. And that is no lift for Ezekiel. Randy Fry's coming up next out of Reedsburg, Wisconsin. 463 pounds is on the bar for Randy. All right, trying to get the crowd hyped up, get a little bit of energy going. And that's a good lift for Randy. James Palermo is coming up next. It's the same weight for a state record of 463 pounds for James. And the platform's ready for James.
Hey, Donnie. Can you like the old guys typically employ body load, bring in from left side? These kids, they're not putting it underneath their shoulder. Despite how much I tell them, they're not doing it. What do you want me to tell them? Well, I'll go make a video right now. So I'm going to go there and see if I can.
All right. Yeah. All right. So I had to step away there for a minute. So Terry Smith is coming to the platform. We got 518.1 pounds in the bar for Terry. So we recruited a couple of the other spotters from the other side there. Some of the lifters were expressing some safety concerns. So we're just making sure that these guys are nice and safe. So just give these guys a little bit more help over here. Some spotters and loaders, a little bit more experience underneath the bar. And that's going to be a good lift for Terry. Kirk Wittenberg's coming up next. This is for a world record. We're getting some international referees in the chair there.
I didn't make your sandwich.
Oh, you didn't? I still want it. That's okay.
Minerva, what's for lunch?
What is?
Pizza.
Hey, man, what's going on?
All right, so here comes Kirk with a world record attempt at 530.2 pounds. Getting all braced up. There's a squat command from Heidi. And that's a good save for the spotters and loaders there. Mason is coming up next. 552.3 pounds being loaded to the bar. This is another world record attempt for a master 90 kilogram lifter. And the platform's ready for Mason. Come on, Mason, drive it up. Oh, heck of a fight out of Mason. Let's go, Mason. Wow, what a fight, what a fight. Yeah, that's a new world record for Mason. New world record, get that gear checked. That was fun to watch. I got goosebumps. That was fun to watch. All right, so we're gonna take a little break there, give the spotters and loaders and referees a chance to rotate out. Okay, so while we're getting the referees rotated out, I'm actually here by myself, so I'm going to take about 5 to 10 minutes, run over to the restroom, and I'll be right back.
All right, do we change plates? D. Where am I at?
All right, I'm back. Trey Blackwell out of Toccoa, Georgia's up with 185 kilograms on the bar. That's 407.9 pounds for that attempt. That is a good lift for Trey. Dennis Huangbo out of Belle Chase or Chasse, Louisiana, taking the bar to 440.9 pounds for Dennis.
Is that a state record? 19.7.
And that is a good lift for Dennis. The platform is ready for Cole.
Where'd that one guy go? I don't know. No, one's over there, but one's get the 4 reds. I don't know how many we got both.
Yeah.
I was waiting for him.
Yeah, anything 500 pounds over. I was just curious for that. One guy went.
Oh, the other one, I'm not sure.
I think I was feeling better or something like that.
The other guy that came with me is over there.
I kept telling him you got to get your shoulder in the bar.
Right. And see, they got to talk like someone got to get the bar, somebody got to get the weight.
Yeah.
And once they learn that, doesn't matter how much it is, they'll be able to move and get the weight. And if we got it in, but that already just goes with time and just experience of doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, and that was a good lift for Cole.
What's that go, pal?
Up next is Abdulatif Afeni. This is an exercise in name pronunciation. Look at this guy's name. Abdulatif Afeni. Afeni. I ain't that smart.
I know what it is. I also read Hebrew and Aramaic.
Oh, okay.
So I can kind of tell by the pronunciation.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna hit you up there when I got back.
Oh, we got weird names?
Yeah, I got
you.
weird names. My man I pulled over here to help us spot and load. He reads Hebrew and a little Hebraic from time to time, so he's gonna help me with these name pronunciations. So that is a good lift for Abdulatif.
Yeah, normally when you see A's and names like that, they say A-class vowel of R normally, and then the I's are normally E's, like either they're like E sound, like N sound.
Gotcha.
Normal.
I'm still gonna mess it up though.
Oh yeah, for sure.
All right, James Deckel is coming up next, taking the bar to 468.5 pounds for James. All right, here we go with James. 468.5 pounds to the bar for James. There's his walkout, the squat command. And that is going to be a good lift for James, 2-1. Got that red light over there on the side from Valerie Smith. Jordan Antunes is up next. All right, here we go, bringing in additional spotters and loaders.
Did you get a rack height up one?
Well, that's not every day you hear somebody want to go up a rack height. Hey, Melody, nine lifters. There are 9 lifters in this flight. Take a minute. Yep, so we're gonna take a minute break. There are 9 lifters in this flight. We want to make sure that Melody knew there were 9 lifters in this flight, so we give the lifters a break. With flights less than 10 lifters, you had 1 minute for each lifter less than 10, up to 2 minutes total. And so for this flight, since there are 9 lifters, after Nicholas takes his attempt, there will be a 1 minute break before we go to the next lifter. So that's going to be a good lift for Jordan Antunez. Up next is going to be Nicholas Elia out of Chesterland, Ohio. So Nicholas came down from Chesterland, Ohio, with the Rust Belt Barbell crew. That's Erica Stevens' crew. It's national referee and meet director out of, actually she doesn't direct meets. She doesn't direct meets, does she? Not anymore, yeah. Man, that's a smooth looking lift from here. Smooth looking squat at 567.7. That is a good lift for Nicholas. All right, so we're going to take that minute break. And there's somebody I want to talk to hanging out around back, so I'm going to go grab someone to chat really quick. Needs to meet one of the lifters from yesterday. All right, guys, so I'm being joined by Tony Johnson, who competed yesterday. So tell me, what division were you in, Tony?
The 181 weight class.
So were you open or junior?
Open.
Open, okay. So a little bit of story for you guys. So Tony yesterday took her first attempt, and on the card it was marked as a world record, but it didn't show up on the computer's world record, so it didn't carry over to the second attempt. And then on the card for the second attempt, we didn't have as a world record. How many kilos was that?
I can't remember kilos, but it was 501 pounds.
So I think it was 282.5 pounds, 282.5 kilos. So it was a 500-pound deadlift, and that was a world record attempt. Actually, your opener was a world record attempt as well, yeah. So, and she got that. It was a smoke show of that attempt. I was actually doing color commentary for that particular deadlift. Smoke show of a deadlift. And then when your coach called your third, he said, this is also for a world record. And then the expediter pointed out that we didn't have the appropriate refs in the chair. So there was some back and forth, and the decision was made at that time to the lift counted, but it wouldn't count towards the record. And then since the world record was supposed to be 287 kilos, or 222.5, the thing was you were going to chip it at 223. And I got to be honest with you, I thought that 223 was in the bag based on how 222.5 moved, because 222.5 moved really quick. It looked really good, right? Unfortunately, it wasn't a good lift for Samuel. Actually, Samuel did get a good lift. So Timothy's up next with 418.9 pounds in the bar. And then he came back up, and it didn't move that well.
Yeah.
Now, the decision was made eventually because it was an error on the part of the officiating crew to go ahead and proceed forward with that world record. We've given you the world record, or awarding you the world record. You earned it, so you just got the award for that second attempt. And so talk about the emotions leading up to that third attempt and kind of where your headspace was after we talk about how, unfortunately, Timothy didn't get that lift and have it in him to come up, and we're taking a bar to 435 for Trey. So let's talk about those emotions really quickly, kind of what was going through your head, and honestly, why that 223 just didn't move, because you looked like you had it in you.
Yeah, so quick background on me. I'm a very emotional, mental lifter. So when I go on the platform, I have aggression, I have rage, I am focused on what I need to do. And after the second, like you probably saw it on the live stream, I was going back and forth. I was like, wait, what's going on? And they're like, oh, get her out of here before she gets worked up. And I was like, by that point, it was too late. So between my second and third, I was back there fighting back tears. Because in my mind, all I could think of was like, did they take that away from me? So I was crying. I had my entire crew back there being like, Tony, no, like prove to them that you are a world record holder. Like you got this. Like it's okay. But I just at that point I was just devastated. So third attempt comes around, and in my mind I'm like, okay, well I've hit 530 in the gym before, and I thought I had it. And so at that point my technique was just done. It didn't look like my pull. And by how fast I ended up crying on the platform when I missed it, you could tell that I was on the brink of tears even when I started to pull. So the range of emotions of going from anger to crying to being like, oh, this all actually worked out in the end, it was a lot.
Yeah, so that was a good lift actually for Trey. So coming up next is going to be Dennis Wangbo out of Louisiana. We're taking the bar to 463 for Dennis. So the final decision was made to come back with that 222.5 kilogram pull for the world record. And how did you end up placing last night? Because I just took her for awards. How did you end up placing?
Yes, so I ended up getting first in my weight class. So pretty happy about that.
Yeah. So now this is all said and done. What's in store for you next?
Well, I definitely am taking a break. In the past like half of the year, I've done 3 powerlifting meets. So my body is screaming at me to like take a break. So just gonna like focus on doing the little like accessory work that I missed out on, and then just keep trying to dial in my technique so that I can get better with each lift.
Well, the good thing is that you don't have to come back and try to attempt that world record again at another meet and turn around and do it, right? And looking back on that, I was actually chatting with Candy Nostrand, Doug Nostrand last night over dinner. It's not like, so for you guys that are tuning in, you can't break world records at just any meet. You have to break world records at a national level meet. So first you got to qualify for it, and then you have to travel for it. Where are you from?
I'm actually from here.
So yeah, it's in your backyard. So it's most advantageous for you to do it here, right?
Exactly.
And then all right, Abdul Latif is up with 485. So there's a squat, and he stands up with it, and it looks good. What do you think? Is it got a lift?
I think it looked good from my angle.
There you go.
All white lights.
So if you weren't able to make that, then the next chance you were able to a drug tested meet would be Vegas in November. There's not another IPL level drug tested meet until Vegas in November. Now you're not going to do that meet, right? You're going to take some time off?
Definitely taking some time off, yes.
Okay. All right, well, we'll be looking out for you. So do you have an Instagram handle people can go follow?
Sure. It's TonyJ.fit, Tony with an I, but that's my Instagram, yeah.
TonyJ.fit.
Yes.
All right, Tony, thanks for stopping by and chatting.
Right,
I'm glad it worked out for you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Have a good day.
You too, bye-bye. And that's going to be, looks like it's a good lift for James, and it indeed is. So yeah, Tony had a pretty rough day yesterday with that up and down emotions and whatnot. Because that 222.5 kilograms, I'm pretty certain that's what the amount was. That moved like a smoke show. I mean, so when the decision was made, and I was actually there and I was part of the decision-making process as an international referee, I was kind of advising and helping out with that. When that decision was made to, she got the attempt, so the attempt counted, but it couldn't count for a world record because we didn't have 2 international referees in the chair. The thought process was, well, she's got 223 in the bag, so just let her chip 220, take the chip for 223, and then it'll be a moot point. But unfortunately, like she said, all right, so Cole squats down and stands up with 490s. That's a good lift for Cole. the decision was, made to go ahead and do the chip, and everybody felt like 223 was in the bag because 227 just moved so quickly. Nope, it wasn't, and unfortunately, she didn't hit 223, so then it became an issue of, what's the right thing to do. And the thing about it is that there were several international referees all standing there, and even though we weren't physically seated in the chairs, we all watched the lift. So the decision was made by the national office to do the right thing and award that world record to her. So you'll see that updated on the website soon after the meet, and that was Tony J.fit on her Instagram handle. I'm actually going to go follow her now. And not quite there for Jordan. You saw him as he was coming up there. You can't see it from probably the front view, but from the side view, you see how that bar come back a little bit. So it looked like a groove issue, like he just misgrooved that lift. The platform is ready for Nicholas. Nicholas is part of the Rust Belt Barbell crew. $595.2 pounds on the bar for Nicholas. Second attempt. Weighing in at 198. So you're looking at right around 3 times his body weight. Big squat. Wow. That's a good looking squat. I was a little concerned about it, to be honest with you, because it's on rack, and then it was hang out for a long time with a weight on his back. A lot of times when you see lifters come off the rack and then just hang out there for a while, it's a lot of energy to hold that weight. Yeah. But once the bar is loaded for the next lifter, then it's a minute, and then you call the platform ready. So once the bar is loaded for the next lifter, start your minute clock. Start your break. So you take a minute from that point, and then, so now it's a minute. So then take a minute break, and then you call the platform ready after the minute's over. Is that?
It's funny because as I'm saying, I'm like, that can't be 0.5.
Every day. That's right. That's right. That's right.
Well, where I live.
What's that? Do what?
So where I live, our meets are never full.
So we know this a lot.
They used to be. You have 75 in a 3-hour radius.
All right, so that minute break is almost up, and then Melody will call the platform ready. And there we go. So there we go, the platform is ready. Back to Piaparo with Samuel Santos. So we're rounding out flight Flight D squats. This is the final attempts for Flight D squats. Once this is over, we're going to take just enough break to get the platform ready for bench press, which should not take long at all. So, be a little bit of a chance for you to get up and get some something to drink, something to eat, come back and watch Flight A bench press kick off. A little bit of hitch there in the middle, and that's going to be a good lift, 2 to 1. All right, coming up next is going to be Timothy Odell out of Buffalo, New York. That's a good lift for Timothy. Up next is going to be Trey Blackwell, taking a bar to 463 pounds for Trey. He's out of Toccoa, Georgia. And that's going to be a good lift for Trey. Dennis Swangbo is coming up next. Dennis is going to be attempting 496 pounds. And there's a squat command from Dennis. That is going to be no lift for Dennis, just not quite there for that final squat. The platform is ready for Abdulatif Afeni.
Chrissy sent me over the picture back with a bunch of hardy faces on it. Who did? Oh, mine, Chrissy. Oh.
All right, that's a good squat for Abdulatif. And here comes Cole. We're taking a bar to 501.5 pounds for Cole. We got 4 more lifters to round out this flight. And that'll be all for squats on the blue platform for the day, so long as no one takes a 4th attempt. 4th attempts, by the way, are permitted to break a national or world record at this level meet. 4th attempts are not permitted for state records at a national level or above meet. And at a world meet, 4th attempts are only permitted for world records. 4th attempt doesn't count towards the lifter's total. All right, that's going to be no lift for Cole. It's just extra credit, if you will, and it counts only towards the record. And a 4th attempt is permitted when the lifter's 3rd attempt is successful. And like I said, it is for a record. All right, 507.1 pounds being loaded to the bar for James Deacle.
All right, real quick. We need some love over here on this platform.
All right, here we go for James. And that's a good lift. Yep, 3 white lights. Good lift. You guys crowd out here cheering for him. Jordan and Janez is coming up. Bar is being loaded at 534.6 pounds. And Jordan walks out 534.6 pounds. Nope. It's always curious when a lifter takes a jump when they miss the previous lift. All right, here we go, Nicholas. 606.3 pounds on the bar. This is better than 3 times his body weight to round out flight D. Squats. Nicholas comes to us out of Chesterland, Ohio, part of the Rust Belt barbell crew. Got Kashmir Hughes handling him. There's his pick. There's a squat command from Melody. The brace. Nice and tight. Oh, not there. Not there. Big effort, though. Big effort. All right, so we are going to take a break before we roll into bench press, just long as to swap out the bench. So if you go somewhere, don't go far. But I'm going to get up and stretch my legs. And we're going to go on a... Oh, wait a minute. We got a 4th attempt? Do we? I don't think so.
What'd you say about the bar? What'd you say, the bar?
The bar was changed. She had to buy the bar.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, because we were using a squat bar, not a power bar. Yesterday was a power bar all day.
The computer, I was reading it. The computer says, please make sure there's no force attached. I've never seen that before.
No.
That's it? I've seen the bar look like that, but never seen it say, hey, what's that?
Do what?
I was going for my water, I didn't know you leaned over, I rotated you right in the head. You'd have been like, what did I do?
Is it a 15-minute break?
No break, straight through.
Oh, we're
Straight through.
Is it straight through now?
Straight through.
Okay, because they told him earlier 15
yeah, they
minute
say
break.
15 minutes.
Okay, well then 15-minute break.
No, I've heard both now.
Listen, I don't know, so don't ask me. That's these guys.
15 minutes.
If they said it before, then why are you asking it? You come to the table and say, is it a 15-minute break? No, straight through. But they said 15 minutes, then why are you fucking asking?
Where's your sock?
I want to make sure we're not a hot mic. I think I just let a bad word go.
Yeah, you did.
I did on a hot mic. All right, so that is a correction. We are taking a 15-minute break, not just long enough break to change out the platform. So just as soon as 15 minutes is up, we're going to be rolling into bench press attempts, and we'll be back in 15 minutes.
15 minutes. Mallory's head. Let's go. I'm gonna take the side one.
And we are back. That's a good lift for Gary. .60 kilos for Gary. That was a good lift. Up next is going to be Carson Harrell, attempting 226 pounds at 174 pounds body weight.
Colin has this way of doing numbers. Have you ever seen? So we were trying to figure it out. And I was like, 2. I felt like I was like 6 learning how to read. I was like, 6? But I felt like we always use white. So we write it down.
And that's going to be a no lift for Carson. Andrew Ruiz is coming up next. 231.5 pounds below the bar for Andrew. And that's going to be a good lift. Corey Kendall out of East Onally, Georgia, attempting 242.5 pounds. That's a good lift for Joel. I'm sorry, for Corey. Joel's up next, taking 253.5 pounds. And there's the handoff for Joel. That is a good lift for Joel. That is a good lift for Joshua. Caleb Stone's coming up next. We're taking the bar to 292.1 pounds for Caleb. Hey, Cal Godfrey. Is Cal Godfrey, is he not?
Candy, you said 145? 125. Put his rack guides. It's here.
That is a good lift for Caleb. Up next is Javarion Fort. Javarion had a heck of a show on that squat. Attempted a world record squat, but missed it. Taking the bar to 297.6 pounds for Javarion. That is going to be a good lift for Javarion. Tom Dean is coming up next. The reason you haven't seen Tom yet today is because he is a bench press only competitor. You take a look in the lifter area of your screen for the live stream, you'll notice that the spot that lists the name of the lifter also shows attempts, and it'll show events. You see 4 check boxes. PL is full power, BPO is bench press only, DLO is deadlift only, and PP is push pull. And there is no push pull competition at this event, so lifters in the deadlift only, bench press only would be given totals for both of those individual events, but not for a combined push-pull event. That is a good lift for Dalton. I'm sorry, good lift for Tim. Heidi is fast on the click button, so I got to keep an eye out for that. Because I start calling, I say, that was a good lift for Dalton, and I was like, no, Dalton's not up yet. That was a good lift for Tom.
I'll just yell good lift. There you go.
Yeah, okay, you'll yell it? Okay. I'll turn the microphone towards you so they can hear you yell good lift. Don't cuss, though.
146
Chip, chip. Chip, chip. All right, and Dalton is coming up next. What was that? It is on all the time.
Right now it's on all the time, but not all the time when we walk away.
That's correct. It's on only when I want. Yeah, good lift. That's a good lift for Tom. Actually, that's a good lift for Dalton, not Tom. Tom is actually taking 146 for his next attempt, which is a chip chip. So you ever heard us saying the words chip chip, and it's making kind of a joke. So attempts have to be in 2.5 kilogram increments unless it is for a record attempt. So when a lifter is attempting to break a record, and say the record stands at 145, the lifter can select 145.5 kilos. So if it's for a record attempt, the lifter can select to take the next attempt a half kilogram higher. But at this meet, since it's a national championship level meet, they can only do that for national or world records. So you can only do it for a record that is a sanction at or above the meet that you are competing in. If this were a world championship meet, they could only do it for world records. But if it were a state level meet, they could do it for state and national records. That is going to be a good lift for Alex. Up next is Nick, attempting 325.2 pounds. Nick is studying chemical engineering at Georgia Tech. That's a big old brain. That's a big, big brain. Big brain powerlifters are good powerlifters. Yeah. Now, at state level meets, so local meets, state and national records can be broken. World records cannot. World records can only be attempted at, or can only be broken at national championships or world championships. That decision was made a couple of years ago. And it looks like a good lift for Nick. Cal Godfrey is up next. Cal Godfrey's out of Valdosta, Georgia. He is also a bench press only competitor. 336.2 pounds is his opener.
160 state record. Tails is a state record.
Tails is a state record.
And 336.2 pounds on the bar for Cal.
I went like halfway through them all. None of them have any blocks. It's all powder.
And that's going to be no lift because it touched the safeties. I want to hop up and grab something for one of the lifters. All right, and that was a good lift for Nick. Up next is Gary Martin, so we're back to the top of the order. Gary's got that mustache power. And that's a good lift for Gary. So it's funny whenever somebody comes like to a gym looking for a lifter or something like that. Oh, I'm trying to find so-and-so. You seen him? Oh, man, I don't know. I've seen him around. What's he look like? Oh, you know, he's got real short hair, a beard. Like you just described about half the people in this place. All right, Carson Harrell is up next. Carson's out of Cumming, Georgia. 242.5 pounds being loaded to the bar for Carson. Carson missed that opener. And not quite there for Carson on that lift. Like I said, I'm always suspect when a lifter takes a jump when they miss their lift. Even if it's for like a technical thing, even if it's because you got out of your head or something like that, I'm always like, especially if it's your opener, I'm like, bro, it's your opener. You need to get on the board, man. You missed your first one because you got in your head, that's fine. Get on the board. If you don't get on the board, you get no total. And you know the unfortunate thing is, so we have a female lifter, she's probably lifting tomorrow. Did a great job at Worlds. Had a smoke show of a squat, smoke show of a bench press, set world records in both. In the full power category, full power event. And that's going to be a good lift. But then she missed her deadlift. So she walked away from the World Championships after having broken 2 world records, but did not get credit for them because she missed her deadlift. I know, it's a bad day. All right, Corey Kendall's coming up next at 259 on the bar. But you know, Heidi, I was talking to Kyle Young about that yesterday, about what's going through your head as a coach when you have a lifter take a jump when they miss the first lift. And he says, well, you just got to talk to the lifter. If it felt good and it moved well, but it was something technical, you know, like they jumped a command or something like that, then, you know, don't rob them of that chance. Like, well, there's a reason you're a pro and I'm not, so. All right, it's a good lift. I mean, Kyle's doing something right? They've got like a dozen world record holders coming out of that gym. All right, Joel Chong is coming up next, taking the bar to 264.6 pounds for Joel. Here's the handout from Joel's coach. The start command from Valerie Smith. And from here it looks good. The judges say, PWRBLD, that's a good lift for Joel. Joshua's coming up next. taking the bar to 275.6 pounds for Joshua. And not quite there for Joshua. Oh, well, that's where they got that lift. Yeah, I saw up and down too, so I saw the same thing Valerie did from this vantage point. I saw some up and down motion. But the side referees didn't see it, so 2-1 is a good lift.
1275.
And Caleb gets the press command from Valerie with 308 pounds in his hands. That is going to be a good lift for Caleb. Javarion is coming up next. I figured out how to turn the microphone off over here, so you ain't got to worry about running back over. I figured it out as soon as I was like, about people come and ask me questions. I used the bad words. I was like, wait a minute, this mic? I gave myself a warning. I'm going to kick myself out next time. Yeah, kicking myself out next time. All right, Javarion's up out of Medina, Ohio. He's part of the Rust Belt Barbell crew. With Erica Stevens up there near Cleveland. That is a good lift. His handler, Heidi, is Kashmir Hughes. Cash pulled 711 yesterday at 164. He stood up with 723, but he dropped it at the top. He didn't have enough in his grip. Yeah, he let go of it. 164. Pulled 711 at 164. That's like me deadlifting 1,000 pounds, you know? All right, Tom Dean's up next. This is for a world record at 321.9 pounds. With this master bench press only 82.5 kilogram lifter. No handoff for Tom. And it's going to be no lift. No lift for Tom. He's got one more shot at that. That looks like it's going to repeat it. All right. Dalton Steed out of Winston-Salem, North Carolina is coming up next. 330.7 pounds being loaded to the bar for Dalton. And Dalton likes that one. He's nodding his head. That's a good lift for Dalton. 2-1. He got that red light from Colin over there on the left-hand side of the platform. Sorry, the right-hand side of the platform. All right, Alex is coming up next. This is for a national record in the junior 82.5 kilogram class. Let's see what the judges say about that. From here, it looks good. 2-1, that's a good lift. That's a new national record. Hey, Colin, that's a national record. Colin, check his gear. All right, Candy's getting that gear checked. Cal Godfrey's coming up next. Going to reattempt that 336.2 pound bench press. Then he missed on his opener because it touched the face savers. Those face savers there protect your dental work in case the bar slips out of your hands.
1525.
In fact, the very first meet that I refereed from the head chair was in Ohio. It was the Ohio State Championships, and a lifter was bench pressing with what's called a suicide grip, where your thumbs don't wrap over the side. And not quite there for Cal. He's got one more shot at this. One more shot. We're taking the bar to 352.7 pounds. And so they call it a suicide grip for a reason when your thumbs are not over the bar. And the lifter unracked 440 pounds, and then as he was starting his descent, it caught on the hook and slipped out of his hands and crashed down to the face savers. That was my first ever meet in the head chair. You talk about sucking that chair up, square up between my, Lord of mercy.
That's like welcome to volunteering.
Right. Right. That's what that's all about. Yeah. But that's what those face savers are for, to save people's lives and protect dental work. And
my friend didn't have face savers on one time, and either tore a bicep or broke his arm. No face savers, there's not enough time for the spotters to react, right? So if something breaks, that's too fast. Broke his spine.
oh my goodness.
Part of his neck. It still went on.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
That was sweet.
Sweet Burns did that? All right, that was a good lift for Nick. So up next is going to be Gary Martin at 154.3 pounds. So we're back to the top of the order. You hear the horror stories about guys dropping on their trachea and kill themselves, It's just, it's just not worth it.
No, and it's great. That's to me, that's what makes the sport risky, but we're also taking that risk out by having savers, by having
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
So it's like I feel more safe to kind of push myself forward.
Yeah. All right, here goes Gary. And there's the start command from Valerie. Let's see what the judges say about that. It's a good lift. It looked like from this vantage point that there was a little bit up and down motion. But probably what really happened is just a little bit of pause, a little bit of hitch in that. So the lifters are permitted to like pause if they need to, right? If they catch a hitch, it's just the bar can't come back down. So I'm actually watching a replay of it right now, and that's really what it was. All right, here comes Carson. Carson needs this meet, needs this lift to stay in the meet. If he misses this lift, he will not get a total. Come on, Carson. Looks like he's complaining a little bit of his shoulder bothered him. He'll still get the deadlift as a guest lifter, but he won't get a total. All right, Andrew Reese is coming up next. Andrew, however, has had having a really good day. He's 5 for 5 so far. 264.6 pounds being low to the bar for Andrew. Weighed in at 178. And not there. Decided to go for broke on that third attempt, just didn't quite have it. Joel Chong's coming up next. We're taking the bar to 270.1 pounds for Joel. Joel's out of Johns Creek, Georgia. You hear his crowd back here cheering for him behind me. And there's the handoff for Joel. That is going to be a good lift for Joel. Corey Kendall's coming up next, second the same weight. All right, 270.1 pounds on the bar for Corey. And that's going to be no lift for that final attempt. 281.1 pounds being taken to the bar for Joshua. Out of Ashland, Maryland. The platform is ready for Joshua. Joshua's had a good day so far. He's looking at a 300 plus kilogram total before going into deadlifts. All right, Caleb Stone out of Simpsonville, South Carolina. By the way, that was not a good lift for Joshua. He didn't quite have it in the tank there. Caleb Stone is coming up next. Caleb out of Simpsonville, North Carolina. There's the handoff. 314.2 pounds to the bar for Caleb. Nope, he doesn't quite have it. Javarion Fort is coming up next. Taking a bar to 319.7 pounds for Javarion. Those things taste like dirt. They're not good. They're not good. I'm not going to mention what it is because I don't want to like a brand, but hold it up. Those are not good. $319.7 pounds on the bar for Javarion. And it looks good from here. 3 white lights. That's a good lift. All right, Tom Dean's coming up next to attempt that world record again. He missed it on his second attempt. It was actually his second attempt where he had tried to break that world record for the first time. Missed it. Just didn't quite have it in to lock it out. See how he does this time around. And there's the handoff for Tom. And he jumps the press commands. That's going to be no lift. So the lifter gets 3 commands on a bench press. Platform's called ready. Lifter comes out, gets set up, takes the handoff on his or her own time. As long as that's done before a minute is up, then lifter gets the start command. That's the command to lower the bar to the chest. And then when it touches the chest, remain motionless. And then the lifter will get the press command. That's the command to press the bar to full lockout. And then once it's fully locked out, remain motionless. And then the lifter will get the rack command. That's the command to place the bar back on the rack. And in the case of that lift right there, the lifter jumped the press command, started pressing before he actually got the command to initiate the press. All right, here's Cal Godfrey, also a bench press only competitor. Missed his first attempt to touch the hooks. All right, that one looks good. Let's see what the judges say about that. 3 lights, that's a good lift. All right, Alex Schreier is up next, attempting the same weight for a national record. This junior 82.5 kilogram lifter. All right. 336.2 pounds on the bar for a national record for Alex. And that looks really good from here. Let's see what the judges say about that. That is a smoke show for for Alex. So let's see if he's going to take a 4th attempt. And I heard 4th attempt over there.
4th attempt.
Yeah, 4th attempt, 155.
All right, that's going to be a 4th attempt. And that is a good lift for Dalton. Nick Evans is coming up next.
Tanya, what was it again? I'm sorry.
155.
155.
Don't ask me, I remember that. I can't remember where I'm at half the time.
All right, Nick is up next, taking the bar to 358.2 pounds for Nick. Alex is on the board with a 4th attempt at 155 kilos. He already owns that national record at 152.5. That is going to be no lift for Nick. Yeah, right. Junior men 18 and 19.
total?
82.5 kilograms.
137.
And his attempt is 155. Let him take it. I was wondering for a second if when he registered he was 17. I wonder if when he registered he was 17, this was but I don't see any of them. None of them are that low. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. All right, here comes Alex out of Gaithersburg, Maryland. 341.7 pounds is on the bar. And that's a successful lift. Got to get his gear checked. That's going to be a time when he's going to get home and be pissed off and the regular's not taking his name about it.
Right.
Well, what lifters were you looking at?
But I don't understand. I mean, I go over them, and then I go back over them, and then I go back over them, and they change a lot. This one's been there since 2020. I bet you. Nope, not there either. Nope. Tried it all, but never.
Wait a minute. I wonder if it's bench only untested.
Probably not.
Nope. All right, we're kicking things off on Flight B with Daniel Quack. Quack. Not really sure how to pronounce that name.
All right. So use my time to. Okay. That check on you. I might go get coffee.
All right, the platform is ready for Daniel. That's a good lift for Daniel. Derek is coming up next.
I caught you slipping.
All right. 248 on the bar for Derek. And that is a good lift.
Thank you, dude, to get out and judging, Mike. I'm just kidding. You actually chose like the hardest job.
It is. Got the peanut gallery back over here, Rob Engelman.
You just met my laugh. It'll make everybody mad.
Yeah. Meat director extraordinaire. You're out of North Carolina, right, Rob?
I am.
Yeah.
Yep.
North Kakalaki. You say
No.
Kakalaki or Carolina?
Either one. It's right in the mountains. You call it whatever you want.
You can follow him on Instagram at Rob's Not Done. He does a lot of, if you guys like dogs, he hangs out with his dogs in the creek bed there quite a bit. So it's a lot of fun to watch them dogs run around the creek bed.
That dog's got a better following than I do on his Instagram. Only prawns.
They got their own Instagram, Only Prawns?
Yeah, like only fans. Only prawns.
That's hilarious.
I'll see you. Good talking.
See you, man. All right, Kyle's up next. That, by the way, was a good lift for Derek Stanley. So Kyle's taking a bar of 259 pounds. How you doing? I'm well. I'm joined again by the ever beautiful Molly. How do you pronounce your last name, Molly? Yatakadu? So it rolls like a D. It's not a rolling R. Yara. Yarakadu. All right. That was a good lift for Kyle. Up next is Kyle Moyer. Attempting 270.1 pounds for his opener. And that is a good lift for Kyle. All right, Grant Argillian. I mean, he was up here before, and I've already said his name once or twice. So that's going to be a waiting on Colin, or I'm sorry. Yep, waiting on Robert actually. That's a good lift for Grant. Connor Dalrymple from Brookhaven, Georgia is up. He's going to be attempting 275.6 pounds. And that is a good lift. Michael Hoptek is up next. 281.1 pounds is going to be his opening bench press attempt at 176 pounds body weight. That is a good lift for Michael. Luke Lovelady is up next out of North Alabama. Moulton, actually. He's a owner of Misfits Barbell Club. Also attempting 281.1 pounds. That's going to be a live for Luke. Matthew Shen's coming up. He's former NCAA Division I athlete, swimmer, and diver. Get into powerlifting. Out of Cleveland, Ohio. Opening up with 303.1 pounds on the bar. All right, taking his own handoff. There's the start coming in from Colin. And that's going to be a good lift for Matthew. Heidi saw those glutes come up. Parker Wilkerson's up next. Parker's also out of Alabama. Oh, yeah, also Alabama. The Huntsville area. Rocket City. Using a Mesoplot handoff person. And that is going to be a good lift for Parker. The head ref thinks he jumped to command. Maybe you'll actually be good at it. Maybe you'll actually be good at it, Valerie. Maybe you'll actually get good at it. That's from her. No, it's not hard until you click something wrong once, and then all of a sudden, everybody's looking at you, the meat's waiting on you, and you're trying to figure out what you did. There is no Control Z on that thing like a word processor. There's no undo. Nope. That is going to be a good lift for Igor. Sergio Villagran out of Stoneham, Massachusetts is coming up next. All right, there's a start coming in from Colin. And that is going to be a good lift for Sergio. Daniel Quack is coming up next. Quack? Quack? How do you think that name's pronounced? 226.0 pounds on the bar for Daniel. And he makes easy work out of that. It's a good lift. Up next is Derek Sells. Derek is coming to us out of Charlotte, North Carolina. Platform's ready for Derek. That is going to be a good lift for Derek. Derek Stanley is up next. So this is the first time, I think this is the first time I've ever seen this. We got two pairs of lifters with the exact same name after each other. Derek and Kyle. Yeah. It's kind of like Daniel from, what show is that? The Paul Newhart show? Or no. It was an old show like back in the 90s, 80s, 90s. Newhart, something like that? Yeah, Daryl Dell. Yeah, Daryl Dell. My name's Daryl. It's my brother Daryl. It's my other brother Daryl. All right. Derek's getting ready to take 275.6 pounds off the bar. He's coming to us out of Melissa, Texas. That is a good lift. Kyle Laksamanya is up next, attempting the same weight. Trains out of Grayson, Georgia. His home gym out of Grayson, Georgia, called Steel Society. And there's the start command for Kyle. That's going to be a good lift for Kyle. Kyle Boyer's up next out of Hermitage, Pennsylvania. Oh no, we got an order shift. They're going to shift orders. It's going to be Derek, Kyle now. That's a good lift for Kyle. Platform's ready for Grant. Gillen, or Guylan. Hopefully I figure this out before the day's over. Buddy's out of Nashville, Tennessee, so that much I know. I can pronounce Nashville. I grew up in a little town called Smyrna, just outside of Nashville. And there's going to be a good lift. Michael Hoptak is coming up next. All right. Michael's getting ready for a handoff from his coach. He's got plenty of time still. 30 seconds left on the clock. The lifter has 1 minute from the time the platform is called ready to actually get the bar off of the hooks, to unrack the bar. Lifter can replace the bar one time and reset themselves. And that is going to be no lift for Michael. Connor Dalrymple is coming up next out of Brookhaven, Georgia. And there's the start command for Connor. That's going to be a good lift. All right, Luke Lovelady is up next. Looks good from here. 3 white lights, that's a good lift for Luke. Parker Wilkerson out of Huntsville, Alabama is coming on next. Taking a bar to 308.6 pounds for Parker. That's a good lift for Connor. I'm sorry, for Parker. Matthew Shen is coming up next. Lots of Ohio and Alabama lifters in this flight.
142.5.
Matthew is electing to take the handoff from someone who was cheering for Igor pretty loud earlier. There's the handoff. And it looks good from here. The judges say that is going to be 2-1. That's 3. That's a good lift. I'll tell you what, that handoff person knew what she was doing. Just ran right out of the way. All right, there's a start command for Igor. 325.2 pounds. That's a good lift for Igor. And the platform is ready for Sergio. All right. Sergio taking 336.2 pounds. That is a good lift. Daniel Quack is up next. All right, here we go with Daniel, just rounding out final attempts there. £253.5 on the bar for Daniel. he makes good work out of that. All right, Derek Sellis is up next. 275.6 pounds being loaded to the bar. All right, here we go. 275.6 pounds to the bar at 180 pounds body weight. Well, 179.7, but close enough to 180. Nope. Got it off his chest a little bit there, but just couldn't get through that. Had that sticking point right there, just off the chest. So tweaking that shoulder a little bit though. And that's a good lift. Kyle Moyer is coming up next. So you notice that we went no longer it's Derek, Kyle. The order of lifters is determined by their selection and the lot that they're placed in. So if two lifters select the same a number, then their order is based on their lot number, which is assigned when they're registering, when they're putting their lifters together for the meet. But the lifting order is, that's going to be no lift for Kyle, by the way. Michael Hopdike's coming on the same weight. The lifting order is primarily determined by the selections. So if a lifter takes a lower or higher weight than another lifter from previous time. So, for example, if you took 130 and then the other lifter after you took 130 on your second round, and then you come back and take 135, and the lifter that also took 130 takes 137, but they were before you in the previous round, they're going to be after you in the next round. That way we're only loading onto the bar and then taking off once per round each flight. And that's going to be no lift from Michael. Derek Stanley is coming up next, attempting the same weight, 292.1 pounds. That's a good lift for Derek. Luke Lovelady is coming up. We're going to have 7 more lifters in Flight B, then we're going to roll right into Flight C. All right, platform's ready for Luke. He's coming out, getting set up. 308.6 pounds on the bar for Luke. That's going to be a good lift for Luke. Grant out of Nashville, Tennessee is attempting the same weight, 308.6 for his final bench press attempt. And Parker Wilkerson out of Huntsville, Alabama. Just getting ready. We're taking the bar to 314.2 pounds for Parker. Right there. Connor Dalrymple is coming up next out of Brookhaven, Georgia. He missed his third attempt on the squats, looking to hopefully not repeat that this time around with 314.2 pounds loaded on the bar for Connor. And that is going to be no lift for Connor. Matthew Shin's coming up next. 319.7 pounds being loaded to the bar for Matthew. Huh? She's wearing her face mask over there. Smells like farts. What's up? I'm not smelling farts. Not like Heidi. Don't pass out, Heidi. You got to make these calls. All right. 319.7 pounds in Matthew's hands. Nope. Not quite there for Matthew. Igor Fernandez is coming up next. Igor is attempting 336.2 pounds. Platform's ready for Igor.
Let's go. Five.
Let's go. Lock it out. Lock it out. No, not quite there. Not quite there. Good fight, though. Good fight. Sergio Villagran is coming up next. 341.7 pounds being low to the bar for Sergio. He's going to round out Flight B bench presses with his state record attempt. And then we're going to roll right into Flight C. All right, here we go. He's getting ready to take the hand off. And a little bit of downward motion, so the head ref have him take it. All right, we're going to take a little bit of a break for the promoters and referees to rotate out. And then we'll be back with Flight C bench press, kicking things off with Michael Reagan. I'm going to step away from the mic for just a couple minutes, and I'll be right back for the action. All right, so it was a good lift for Michael. Gianni is up next out of Mentane, Louisiana. He's a founding member of For the Brother Martin Crusader Alumni Powerlifting. That is a good lift for Gianni. Start command for Keith. That is is a successful 198.4 pound bench press. That is a good lift for Wayne. Sean Marlowe is coming up next. 259 pounds being low to the bar for Sean. And there's a handoff for Sean. That is going to be a good lift.
Yeah, baby.
A lifter attempting to wear some elbow sleeves for his bench press. That is not permitted. They're permitted on the squat and deadlift, but not the bench press. It's supportive gear at that point. All right, platform is ready for Terry Smith. Terry's a former sprinter at the University of Louisville. Opening his bench press today with 264.6 pounds. That is going to be a good lift. James Palermo is coming up next. 286.6 being low to the bar for James. The platform is ready for James. That's a good lift for James. Jason's coming up next, 303.1 pounds below the bar. James is from Honolulu, Hawaii.
1-3-7-5.
That is a good lift for Jason. Mason Salisbury out of Apex, North Carolina is up next. He'll be attempting 319.7 pounds. The platform is ready for Mason.
Mine should be a national record.
I'm not in charge of that. Tell them.
Define it. Same with your back.
What's that?
Not talking to me on your back.
Right.
I am not.
All right. Mason, that was no lift for Mason. Yeah, so what you heard me there was responding to a lifter that came up and asked me to make sure that their lift was a national record. And while I do have these scores screened in front of me, I'm not in charge of the scoring computer. So I had to politely send them away to the actual scoring referees. I know that guy out of Alabama lives, so he knows I'm a ref, and I guess he just assumed I'm the one doing it, even though I'm not wearing a ref shirt.
It's just your face. It's so friendly.
My face is so friendly.
Yeah.
I need to put my dick, my I can't say it on here, you know. It's my female dog face on.
Oh, yeah.
RBC, RBF. RBF. All right, this is for a national record for Bobby, by the way. $337.3 pounds is going to be no lift for Bobby.
Hey. Yeah. Yeah, down 2 on pace saver.
All right, so the reason Bobby missed that lift is because the face savers were set at face savers were at 3.
Randy.
And
Randy down 1. The next lifter down.
face
got
savers were set
Randy
at
for
3.
now.
And so
Down 1.
touch the face savers. Now the lifter actually selects those as part of the weighing process. The face savers were set at the correct. The face savers are correct at the same height.
Face savers for Randy to 1.
And so we have 2 lifters in a row just in their face savers. I guess Randy's being a little bit proactive and trying to adjust this before his lift actually commences. That is going to be a good lift for Randy.
Randy. Hey, 167.5. 167.5.
Kirk Wittenberg's coming up next. He's also attempting a world record. So this is fun. Nope, they're both in different masters divisions, so they're not competing for the same world record. That is a good lift for Kirk. Michael Reagan is coming up next. We're back to the top of the order for second attempts.
Thank you.
I like how they started putting like the same rack. So, I know to adjust the rack. And that's going to be a good lift from Michael.
That was Colin who got them to do that. He told me yesterday. Same rack.
Who got him to do that? Colin got them to do that?
Let's go 82.5 now.
All right, this is a big lift. No lift for Gianni. Keith Tillman's coming up next. That's going to be no lift for Keith. Wayne Collins is coming up next. Taking the bar at 259 pounds.
I'm just telling you what he told me.
Platform's ready for Wayne. 259 on the bar. That is a good lift for Wayne. Sean Marlowe at 264.6 pounds is coming up to the bar next. Out of Raleigh, North Carolina. Correction, Sean Marlowe is going to lift. Terry Smith is up next. Terry's that former University of Louisville Cardinals track and field sprinter. It's going to be a good lift for Terry. Ezekiel Kaufman is coming up next at 275.6 pounds. And he's not wearing his elbow sleeves this time. That's going to be a good lift for Ezekiel. From now on, whenever I hear the name Ezekiel, I'm going to think of that little video that goes back and forth, you know, hey, what's your name? You know,
Yeah. Whenever you hear what?
Whenever his name's Ezekiel.
Ah, okay.
I hear that now. Every time I hear Ezekiel, I go, all right, James is up next. 303.1 pounds being low to the bar for James. That was a good lift for James. Jason Roberts is coming up next. All the way from Waipahu, Hawaii. I was stationed out there for a hot minute. You watching? Yeah. I was stationed out there for a hot minute. And I was actually stationed at Pearl Harbor. I was on submarines at Pearl Harbor. I was on submarines in Pearl Harbor. Yeah. So I've been to Waipahu several times.
How is it?
Hey, you know, expensive.
Expensive.
It's expensive.
Hawaii expensive everywhere?
Hawaii's pretty much expensive all the time. Yeah. I lived there for like 5 years. It's expensive the whole time. So fun fact. And big fight out of Jason, not quite there. Fun fact, Liz, cattle in the state of Hawaii are on the island of Hawaii, the big island. So there's like 5 major islands. There's Oahu, which is the most populated island. That's where Pearl Harbor is. Then there's Hawaii. That's the big island. That's where the volcanoes are. And then there's Kauai, which is a smaller island. And then 2 more I can't remember the name of, but like one of them is called Maui, is another island. And there's Lanai, which is the island for lovers. It's the Garden Isle. And you can only go to Lanai if you're a Native Hawaiian or have a Native Hawaiian there. Like you can go, visit there. So Lanai's cut off, restricted access. Yeah. So anyway, in Hawaii, all right, Mason's up with 319.7 on the bar. And there's the press command for Mason. That's going to be a good lift. So the cattle in the state of Hawaii, when I were there, was on the Big Island.
Yeah.
But to slaughter them, they had to send them back to the mainland and then process the meat. And then they could ship it back to Hawaii to sell in Hawaii. It was the dumbest thing ever. That's why we were paying so much. I don't know. Because the government.
Because the government.
Because the government. Yeah.
Isn't it always the government?
It's always the government's fault.
It's always the government.
Whenever there's something's wrong with something, it's the government's fault. So why people think the government can fix it is why people think the government can fix it is amazing to me because the government created it. Let me create this problem that I can come in and fix with more tax dollars.
More money.
That's right.
More money.
Give me more money. Give me more money. All right. Anyway, this is a family show, so let's not get too fired up. All right, this is a national record for Bobby Brown. He got that on his last one for his opener. He was strong enough, but it touched the face savers, so that's why he missed it. So here's to hoping he's able to get it this time. That lift is good, so that's a new national record for Bobby. Randy Fry is coming up next. He's attempting to break his own world record. That is going to be no lift for Randy. Kirk Wittenberg out of Fredericksburg, Virginia is coming up next. Anthony Calhoun, the Georgia State chairs, took the head chair for these world record attempts.
The platform is ready.
going to be no lift for Kirk. Glutes came up. So we're back to the top of the order now with Michael Reagan. That is going to be good lift for Michael. That's a new state record. Keith Tillman's coming up next, taking the bar to 209.4 pounds for Keith. All right, sorry about that. Sometimes I get asked questions, technical questions. Okay, so we're back to the action. Wayne gets a good lift, 2-to-1, it's a good lift. Here, you know everything.
If I sit here, I know how to do everything.
Yes.
I am all jobs.
Yeah. That's what it is. Once you're here, you know it all.
You know it all.
Everybody walks up and asks you questions when you sit here.
I wish it was that easy.
Right. I just start telling people like weird answers. That's what I'm gonna start doing. Is there is there a 15-minute break? No, there's not. We're actually gonna go right into deadlifts with the rack in place. All right. Sorry, having a good time cracking up over here. All right, so Ezekiel Kaufman is up next, coming in at 292.1 pounds. There for Ezekiel. The bar won that screaming match with Ezekiel. All right, James Palermo is coming up next. All right, here comes Mason Salisbury. Attempting a state record. I'm sorry, James Palermo taking a state record at 306.8. And Jason Roberts is coming up out of Waipahu, Hawaii. He's attempting 314.2 pounds next. It's going to be no lift for Jason. Mason's coming up next. Mason's attempting a world record bench press. The Masters men 45 to 49 in the 90 kilogram weight class.
Step already.
All right, we're having a little side conversation. So that's going to be a good lift for Mason. Now here's the fun thing. Mason is attempting to break the IPL drug-tested full power bench press record, which is 155 at 155.5. However, Randy Fry owns the record, and he broke it with his opener at 160. So Randy actually owns the record, but it's a full power record. So what happens if he bombs out on deadlift? He doesn't get it, and then it goes to Mason. So there are some lifters who are saying you can't let him attempt that record because Randy's already broken it. No, sir, it's not official till it's in the books. We go off what's in the books because you may be disqualified for some reason. You may pop positive on your P test.
Yeah.
You may miss your deadlifts. So you can't take that. All right, here comes Bobby. Attempted to break his own world record. He set on his second. Attempted to break his world record. He set the national record on his second attempt.
Stop.
All right, that is a new world record for Bobby.
2-1.
All right, here comes Randy. And it looks like we're going to have a fourth attempt. There's the start command for Randy. And that is going to be no lift for Randy. He does, however, right now own that world record at 160 kilos. However, another lifter in this flight did break the world record as it stands. So right now the record stands at 155. Randy opened with a 160, broke his own record. And then for a third attempt, we had another lifter, I forget his name, come in at 155.5 to chip the actual standing record. So if the competition were in right now, Randy would own it, but that's not the way it works. We're going to deadlift. So Randy could bomb out on his deadlifts or get hurt and not be able to continue through and have to pull out or something like that. So we're not going to let lifters not take record attempts until it's actually in the books, and that's what that discussion's been about here at the table. All right, here comes Kirk with a world record attempt at 429.9 pounds. And that is going to be, that's a good lift. All right, we got to get his gear checked. We got a fourth attempt coming up for Bobby Brown. Bobby was third out from this, so he's not going to get a break. We're going to go right into Bobby's attempt since he was 3 out from this attempt. And the platform is ready for Bobby. All right, here we go. There's the handoff for Bobby. And that's going to be no lift for Bobby. All right, we're going to roll right into flight D. Ladies, you want to fill in for me while I go to the bathroom? So if Liz decides to grace you guys with her presence, she's gonna come over here and fill in for me. If not, then I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm running off to take care of some paperwork.
What's up, guys? I'm Liz. I am working with Al with Squat to Depths. I'm currently watching all 3 live streams, but I'll do my best. Never done this before. Yeah, Doug. Okay. All right. Flight D. First attempt. I don't even want to try to pronounce this guy's name. watching the live stream. That was very entertaining, obviously.
The rest of it was fine because everything came out. All right. All right. Hopefully Liz didn't do a much better job than I did. But so. You think I'm a little more entertaining? All right. So Samuel Santos is coming up next, taking the bar to 275.6 pounds. That was a good lift for Trey Blackwell. And that's going to be a good look for Samuel. James Deck
Phil is coming up next. All right, James is up to the platform, getting set up. 303.1 pounds in the bar for James. One step at a time, James says, quotation, "I'ma make it to the top," in quotation. It's in his bio right here. I'ma make it. Yeah. I'ma make it to the top. That's him. And the pregnant pause from Valerie. So I think there's a lockout issue, is what Valerie called him for. I'm sorry. Not Valerie. Taking the platform, taking the bar to 308.6 pounds for Dennis. Good lift for Dennis. That was a good lift for Dennis. Up next is going to be Jason Antunes. That was a good lift for Dennis. Jordan Antunes is up next out of Garden Grove, California. And that's a good lift for Jordan. Nicholas Elia is coming up next out of Chesterland, Ohio. He's being handled by Kashmir Hughes. You remember Kashmir yesterday pulled that 711-pound deadlift at 164 over there on the red platform. Kashmir Hughes got its handling the lift. Kashmir Hughes pulled one at 164, pulled 711 yesterday. It was over there. You were just like not paying attention to the numbers. Like, ooh, let's make art.
Yeah. Let's take pictures.
Yeah. Ooh, let's make art. Let's not pay attention to the numbers. Don't worry, I've been there before.
Well, the guy, I think the last one on the red platform missed his third. It was 7 something at.
723. He missed 723 for his fourth attempt.
Fourth attempt.
No, I'm sorry. It was his third. 711 was his second.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Man, that was a smoke show of a bench press right there. All right. Cole Krishak at 407.9 pounds.
1625.
This is going to be our first 400-pound bench press of the day. I just seen not over here. Not over here. They've been on a different platform, but not on this one.
Someone's pitching 418 on the red platform.
There's been 418 on the red platform so far? Oh, right now? Well, thank you, Liz. Thanks for ruining it.
I did not get it at all.
Oh, okay, well, this will be the first successful one then. Liz is over here watching the other platforms for me, so. This is an opener, so hopefully it's a smoke show. Right? By the way, it's at 196. All right, that was a good lift. Weighing 196, bench press 407 for his opener. All right, we're back to the top of the order. That was a good lift. We're back to the top of the order with Abdulatif Afini. Abdulatif Afini.
Okay, I was going to pronounce his name earlier.
Yeah. Abdulatif Afini.
Abdulatif.
Yep.
Okay,
One of the spotters and loaders on that side claims to read Hebrew and Greek. And he was like, oh, this is how you pronounce his name. I'm like, all right, bro, I'm going to go whatever you say.
I'll just call him
Abdul. All right, the platform's ready for Abdulatif. He got his opener, so he hasn't gone anywhere. I'm not sure what's taking him so long to get set up and get ready. He's only got 27 seconds left. Is he just going to time out? Like I said, he was here for his opener. Does he know it's his time?
I don't think he's going to get it.
He's not going to get it. Oh, he's running it off? So it's on purpose. That's the cool thing to do. Instead of scratching and just like shorten the order. So what he did is he's not planning on taking a second or third attempt. Oh! Oh, I'm a dummy. There's only 9 lifters in this flight, so we had to take a minute break. You're not dummy, Candy. I am.
12 on the red platform. And then 11 or 12 on the white platform.
All right. That's a good lift. So that minute break was because we had 9 lifters in the flight. It wasn't because Abdulatif didn't know it wasn't his turn. And that's going to be no lift for Timothy Odell. All right, Trey Blackwell's up next. 286.6 pounds in the bar for Trey out of Toccoa, Georgia. No, this is Ironcom. Strength computers, this computer. That's actually on the web. So you're watching the live stream as everybody else is watching the live stream. Correct. Well, you can't hear. We're all talking right now, and it's on the microphones, but you can't hear because it's not plugged in. If you turn the volume on, but it's a delay, as you can see clearly.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah. Now, last year we had chat over there on the right-hand side. Yeah, chat feature, and we'd log in. Yeah, we'd log in. We'd chat with the people on there. They'd ask us questions or tell us we were stupid.
Yeah.
So that was my favorite part when somebody said, "You're stupid."
Obviously, it's like lined up, but it's not. It's not on the live stream.
No, this is on the live stream.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay, but does it link up with this running behind?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So this is feeding the live stream, which is running over the air.
Yeah.
So it's online. So it's going through that website.
Yeah.
And then you're watching the live stream on the website. That is no lift for Samuel. He's on the board though. It was a second attempt that he missed, but he's on the board still. So James Deckel's coming up next. 314.2 pounds being low to the bar for James. All right. There's the press command. And still calling him on the elbow. So Tanya's calling him on the elbow. He's not quite locking his elbow out. All right, so what she was telling him just now is that he started with a soft elbow, locked out with a fully locked out elbow, which means that he can fully extend the elbow. So he should start from that fully extended position. So that's why she called him. She can also have him re-rack the bar and bring the elbows to the fully extended position.
But definitely live. Red platform is just starting D.
Do what?
The red platform is just now starting D.
Oh, the red platform just now starting D or B?
D, yeah.
Delta? Delta? So we're running about the same speed.
We're on second. White and blue are on second.
Yeah, we're running about the same speed. As opposed to the first day where the white platform was just now starting deadlifts when everybody else had finished. All right, Dennis is coming up next. Oh, correction, that was a good lift for Dennis. Jordan Antunes is coming up next out of Garden Grove, California.
150.
Jordan opened up with 142.5 kilograms, attempting 150 kilograms for his second attempt. That's 330.7 pounds. Just got notification, Liz, that we're rolling straight into deadlifts without taking the rack off the platform. I said I just got notification that we're rolling straight into deadlifts without removing the rack. We're just going to keep the rack on there. Yeah, deadlift around the rack.
I feel like that'd be pretty cool.
I mean, you bring back the whole gym atmosphere.
Exactly.
Yeah, right?
More realistic.
It's more realistic. All right, that was a good lift for Jordan. Nicholas out of Chesterfield, Ohio is coming up next. Taking 7.5 kilo jumps both ways, so seems to be the standard for most people in this flight. I'm looking at I'm seeing 5 kilos, 7.5 kilos, 5 kilos, 7.5 kilos. And that's going to be a good lift for Nicholas. All right, Cole's coming up next. This is for a world record. 429.9 pounds on the bar. 429.9 pounds on the bar for a junior
165.
90 kilogram world record. I know the guy that owns this world record. Right now, he's about to get upset. I have to message him and be like, hey man, somebody just broke your world record. At least I think I do. All right, let's see. Raw full power.
Crazy.
Right. Junior, 20 to 23, 90 kilograms. No, I don't know him. Oh, no lift. All right, we're taking a minute break again before hitting the top of the order with Abdulatif Afini. So when you compete again, Liz, you compete?
I'm going to do Surge Pro in October.
You're going to do who, what, in October?
Surge Pro.
Oh, the Surge Pro.
Yeah.
In Indiana, right?
It's in Chicago.
In Toronto?
Chicago.
Chicago.
Yeah.
I'm deaf.
I know, I can barely hear it too. My ears have been popping a lot going up and down the elevator.
Yeah, well, when it's 70 floors.
I'm on the 70th floor.
Are you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of the 70th floor, she's on the 70th floor too.
Yeah,
All right. Look at there. That's going to be a good lift. 6 for 6. This is the guy I know. Lance Jalen. This kid is like, I think he's 16, 17 years old. Yeah. He trains out of 614 Barbell up in Columbus. 614 Barbell in Columbus. Yeah.
Okay.
Tyson Nouse is his training, K-N-O-U-S, Tyson Nouse. I'm not sure if you've heard of Tyson before. Yeah, that's his coach. He trains out of there. He actually set that at North Americans down in Orange Beach. Just last year, yeah. And that's no lift for Timothy.
A lot of people are missing their birds.
lot of people what? Yeah. I want to say he's. Way better than missing your openers.
What?
Way better than missing your openers. I mean, if you're gonna miss one, make it a third. I thought he was.
So is Lance here?
No. Yeah. All right, Trey. Man, that looks good from here. Let's see what the judges say about that. That was fast. That was a good lift from Trey.
16. Crazy.
Yeah, 17 now. He aged up. He aged up. Yeah, 17 years old and bench 363. So actually he broke his own national record at the Steel Valley Open in February, but I guess he didn't declare or something like that because the record still shows for the, actually that's the world record. So his national record is higher than his world record.
How does that work?
So the way that works, in USPA, to set a world record, you have to be at a national sanctioned meet or better. But you can set national records at a local level meet.
Okay. So he just did better at that compared to
He just did better at this local meet. So that was a good lift. Oh no lift. Coming up next will be James Deckel attempting 319.7. So yeah, so at the Steel Valley Open, that was a local meet. And so he set a national record, a local meet, which was better than his previous world record that he set at a national level meet. So that was an IPL meet right there. So what will happen?
I've known people from here that have been doing that.
Yeah. So what will happen is he may fly out to Vegas or something like that. I don't know why he's not here today. Or maybe he is, I just don't know it. But he'll have to go to another drug-tested level meet to break his own world record. Isn't drug-tested North American Championships this year in St. Louis?
I think in November.
In November? Yeah, so maybe he's going to that one. Because that one's close to Columbus.
Yeah. I think Al's running it.
Al's running it? That's going to be a good lift for James. Dennis Huangbo is up next at 330.7 pounds.
The guy that went. How'd you say his last name?
Huangbo.
Wangbo?
I don't know.
I like it.
You like Huangbo? I mean, I do my best. I mess him up most of the time. I got the Dennis part right. Oh, come on, Dennis, come on. There we go. Let's see what the judges say. All right, 3 white lights. That's a good lift. All right, Jordan is up, taking the bar to 347.2 pounds for Jordan. Now see, Jordan's one of those lifters where you think there's a squiggly line above the second in his name. There should be Antunes.
I'm like, hey, hear you.
Oh,
I'm slightly deaf.
well, it's loud here too. So There should be I feel like there should be a squiggly line above his head. Yeah, I don't know. Pina, whatever. Pina, yeah, that whole thing, you know? I believe it's pronounced Antunes. There we go. That's a good lift for Jordan. All right, here comes Nicholas. 363.8 pounds in the bar for Nicholas. All right, guys. So just so everyone knows, we have 2 more lifters in this flight to round out bench presses, and then we are going to roll right into deadlifts. I've been joking, we're not going to do it with the rack on the platform. Need anything? No. Thank you. That's been a joke. We're not doing that. We're actually going to clear the rack off the platform first, and then deadlift. So I wouldn't go far.
We're actually doing rack pulls, not deadlifts.
Oh, we're rack pulling today. That's it. Make good use of those face savers.
Trust me, I'm sure I missed a couple too. By the time you go out, you don't even have time it anyway.
That's going to be USPA's transition to strongman. Let them use straps, hits the hell out of it. All right, here we go. And that's going to be no lift for Nicholas. Glutes came up off the bench. All right, here comes Cole. He's attempting that world record again. He missed it on this last attempt. Now, see, here's the fun thing, because that world record, actually, that Cole is attempting to break is... He missed a second, but here's the fun thing. The world record is actually at 190 kilos.
Yeah.
And he selected 195.
That's crazy.
So he could have come in and said, I'm going to chip it at 190.5 kilos. But he said, I live once, baby. You only live once. Go for broke. I want that record by 5 kilos.
That or didn't know.
Or he didn't know. That could be it too.
429, that's
All right, here we go for Cole. We got referees in the chair. There's a start command from Tanya, the press command. Oh, no.
His butt was coming way up. He could have gotten that. He just wanted to lift it a little bit lighter.
Maybe like 190 and a half.
Not even that.
Just a suggestion. All right, so yeah, that's it. We're done. All right, so we're going to mute the microphone here for a few minutes while we're getting things changed out, and then we'll be back to the action live once the platform is set up for deadlifts.
Adams.
All right, we're back to the action with Gary Martin, kicking things off with a 203.9-pound deadlift. That's a good one for Gary. Molly.
I mean, I feel like the bigger frame without it.
I think it was better than that.
I haven't seen a picture.
Yeah, sometimes it gets stuck. It got stuck.
What got stuck?
It.
It?
It got stuck. No euphemism there at all. I mean,
Hey, is Tyler announcing on red or white? I can't see.
he's on whites. He's in the center. That was no lift for Joshua. Why'd you call that? So the live stream looks like it's Gary. Oh, that's great. Gary Brewer on the live stream. That's great.
That's what?
That's great.
Probably amazing over there.
Yeah? Well, oh, speaking of royalty, it's Doug Nostrand.
In the house.
In the house.
In the house. I've been wandering around. This is fun.
Wearing your pants,
He
though.
tries to make it look like he's busy.
I'm busy.
All right, that was
I
a good lift for Carson.
Busy at looking busy right now.
Extremely busy at looking busy.
Yeah, this is fun. I got a massage done.
Oh.
Pedicure. Got myself a lemonade. Things are good, man.
I mean, they do have a masseuse here.
I did.
Did you actually? Yeah, is she good?
She's awesome.
Yeah,
Correct, so that was actually Alex. That's good for Alex. All right, coming up next is Carson.
I had an AC problem. I still do, but when I started with her, I couldn't put my hands behind my back.
Carson's opening with 474 pounds.
That was like 10 minutes.
Now, Carson missed his bench press. He didn't hit a bench press, so he's really just, he's a guest lifter, kind of hanging out for fun. So, did he get that? Still waiting on Eddie. Yep, it's a good lift. And he's giving his next attempt. We'll go back to the platform for Dalton Steele at 45.
220.
Dalton Steed. Taking a bar to 225 for Dalton. 220 kilos for Dalton. Man, I'm all over the place. I'm all over the place. I'm screwing everything up. A good lift for Dalton. Taking a bar to 230 kilos for Andrew Ruiz. Male. Oh, 82.5 and 90 for both. Yeah, both sides. I think so. And that's a good lift for Andrew. Corey Kendall is coming up next out of East Lindy, Georgia, taking a bar to 529.1 pounds for Corey.
250.
All right. That is a good lift for Corey. And Nick Evans is coming up next. Nick's got a big brain. He's studying chemical engineering at Georgia Tech.
His bio, what?
He's studying chemical engineering at Georgia Tech. He's got a big old brain. All right, here comes Nick. 578.8 pounds, 578.7 pounds low to the bar on Nick. And that is a good lift. Javarion Fort is coming up next out of Medina, Ohio, opening with 606.3 pounds. That's a good lift for Javarion. Joel Chong is coming up next, attempting 628.3 pounds. Javarion was our first 600-pound deadlift of the day. Joel makes easy work out of 600. Yeah, 285, and he weighed in sub 82, so well over 2 times his body weight for his opener. That was impressive, most impressive.
305.
All right, Molly, 9 lifters. Take a break. Yep. All right, so we're gonna take a minute break before we start the next round in this flight because there are only 9 lifters in the flight.
I wonder why they put like 11 and 12 on those platforms and then 9 here. They like you would like spread it out.
Huh?
Maybe someone dropped out or something.
Don't be the stereotype.
It's not that funny, Liz.
I feel like, well, intermission.
Intermission.
Perfect song, intermission.
Joshua's back into the platform. 418.9 pounds on the bar for Joshua. That's a good lift. Carson Harrell is coming up next. 485 pounds being low to the bar for Carson. I don't know. I see people do that.
I see it a lot.
I see people do that. Yeah, they'll put it in their mouth while they're getting. Yeah. Maybe it's a mouth guard. I don't know. It doesn't make sense. I mean, you're biting on a piece of metal.
I feel like if you're squatting, it would make sense. It's tight enough to keep it naked.
That's a good lift for Carson. Alex Schreier is coming up next. 490.5 pounds being low to the bar for Alex. This will be for a Maryland state record. Why not just buy a mouth guard though?
I wish I did that.
You'll be one of the cool kids. Yeah. You'll do it for the gram. You get blown up on the Instagram.
I feel like the metal ones would hurt my hand.
Right? All right. Somebody nailed that one to the ground. That's not coming up. All right, Dalton Steed is coming up next. Dalton's attempting 523.6 pounds. Dalton Sneed's out of Winston-Salem, North Carolina. You know what else is out of Winston-Salem, North Carolina? A bunch of great NASCAR teams. NASCAR, a bunch of great NASCAR teams in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Yeah, that's where they see. That's where they see who can drive the fastest in a circle.
I'm from Indy. The Indy 500 is going on right now.
You're from where?
Indy.
Indy?
The
Okay.
Indy 500 is going on right now.
Well, they do. They'll race the Indy track. NASCAR will do the Indy track, so there's road track. They do road track racing sometimes too. Yeah. But for the most part, it's drive fast, turn left. All right, that's going to be a good lift for Dalton. Andrew Ruiz coming up next.
I don't know much about NASCAR. I know that I like the toys and all that. The ones that you can go backwards. And
Oh yeah, another little
the
band.
track. Oh, yeah. 255.
Andrew has a degree, Liz, in marine engineering. The next lifter, he has a degree in marine engineering.
What? I'm deaf.
He has a degree in marine engineering. Marine engineering. Yeah. Yeah. He's from Louisiana. Hey, you know what? I had a po' boy last night. And that's going to be a good lift for Andrew. A po' boy, New Orleans sandwich, famous in New Orleans, Cajun sandwich. I got a local restaurant here in town. I'm trying to be like relevant. The guys from Louisiana, I had a po' boy last night. Oh, hey! All right, Corey Kendall's coming up next. Out of Easton Ellie, Georgia. How do you pronounce that right there? Easton Ellie? Easton Ellie, Georgia. Where is it? All right, that's a good lift for Corey. Okay, Okay, we're taking a bar to 611.8 pounds for Nick Evans. All right, here comes Nick. 611.8 pounds in the bar. I haven't in a while. I haven't competed in a couple of years. Yeah. Kilted lifter. Yeah. Kilts are awesome. I'm awesome. So they go hand in hand. How about that? How about that? All right, that was a good lift for Nick. So Valerie pointed something out to me. These are all 82.5 kilogram junior lifters. So I guess that's why they're over here. They're all 82.5 kilogram junior lifters. Bring your camera up. Stand up there. I think it's your camera. Maybe it's. Bring up Instagram. See if you can get the Instagram. There you go. Learn something new every day. All right, that's a good lift for Joel. Sorry, Javarion. That was a good lift for Javarion. I'm one behind. Joel's up next. I was showing Liz my Instagram. Which, by the way, is Kilted Lifter. All right, here comes Joel. 672 pounds on the bar for Joel at 180 body weight. 20 years old. That's nuts. 20 years old, 672 pounds on the bar. Not there, not there. I'm not sure what his squat was. I'm not sure what his squat was. Oh, it's on here? Oh, duh. I totally forgot. I've only done this like 100 times.
Are you Irish?
I have Irish in my heritage, yes. Yeah, O'Hare. O'Hare. Yeah. My last name's German, but my mother's side of the family is Irish. Newbern. Newbern. It's German. What's your last name? Schulteis. That's very German. Very German.
But my dad's very, very Irish. His last name's Wee.
Wee?
I could have had my last name be Wee.
Liz Wee?
Liz Wee.
That'd be... Oh. How apropos.
But my mom and dad were never married, so I kept my mom.
So you kept your moms?
It was really fun growing up because no one could pronounce it. Or spell it. Great time.
Oh, I bet.
Alright. He has a necklace if he doesn't get it.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I know, but...
Oh,
okay, so we didn't take it, now we're taking it.
Damn.
Okay.
He was ready.
It was ready, too. Psych you out. Did you follow me on this? Did you follow me on Instagram? I'll follow back.
You already followed me.
Team. Oh, I do. Okay, yeah.
Yes, I said.
No, wait a minute. I don't. Is that you right there? we go.
Antoinette is like a really strong lifter.
Oh, look at that! I'm getting all these people following me. Lola 3 Bunny liked my photo. I wonder who Lola 3 Bunny is. All right, back to the action. Back to the action. Here's Josh Darnell. He's got the necklace thing going on. 424.4 pounds comes off the floor there, and that's a good lift.
All right, so he bit the necklace and he got it.
He bit the necklace and he got it. That's what does it. You got to bite the necklace. I'm going to trade in my mouth guard for a necklace. All right. Don't say it, Liz. You're going to get me in trouble. I'm not going to be invited back, Liz. You keep talking like that. All right, up next is Alex. 490.5 pounds being loaded on the bar for Alex. This is his third attempt. Now, he missed this on his last attempt.
Someone on platform on the white left. About to deadlift 688. 176 pounds.
That's pretty dope. All right, that was no lift.
Oh my God. Leverages. Arms are like
Yeah. You watch, you ever watch like the strongman stuff? So, you know, like the Rogue Strongman competition that happens in Columbus once a year at the Arnold. Several years ago, they had like the elephant deadlift bar competition. Those guys were deadlifting like 1,000 pounds, and the bar finally broke the floor by the time I like got halfway up their shin. These big old tall dudes, like 6'5", 6'7". The bar's like bending that much. All right, that was no lift. Dalton Steed is coming up next. We got a lot of people not making their thirds. All right, here we go. 562.2 pounds on the bar for Dalton.
Go, Dalton.
That came up pretty easy. That's a good lift. All right, taking the bar to 578.7 pounds for Andrew. This is for a state record out of Louisiana. What? Nope. Corey Kendall's coming up next. Taking the bar to 606.3 for Corey. Well, yeah, it is the first. So it is the first time they're seeing the Kabuki bar here. A lot of these folks are seeing it for the first time. But unlike last year at Nationals, they're not seeing it for the first time on the platform. They're actually warming up with the bars this time. Last time at Nationals, when they first introduced the bar, the platform was the first time anybody had ever seen it. And so you're back there in the warm-up. Yeah, but they were in the warm-up room. So people are showing up to the bar, deadlifting with a different bar than the warm-up room, and it
makes it seem like it's not moving. It just has more slack, so you just got to keep pulling.
Yeah.
I like the bar a lot.
You do? I haven't had a chance to deadlift with it. there were a lot of lifters yesterday that were bleeding.
Yeah, the knurling is rough.
Yeah, knurling is.
Nice because you're not going to drop it. It sticks to your hand.
All right. And that's a good lift for Corey. So we're talking actually about that deadlift bar. Come over here, stand next to me, Liz, so we can talk together. We can talk about the bar since you can deadlift with it. So Liz, give out your Instagram handle, Liz, so everybody can follow you. Liz Love Lift.
Yeah,
all right. Yeah, this German last name I can't pronounce. Schulteis. Okay. So Liz is actually doing a meet coming up soon. So tell about the meet you're doing coming up soon.
Power Surge in Chicago.
All right. So that's a pro level meet, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think you had to have a dog supply. I don't remember. I signed up like a few months ago. I don't know.
All right. So Nick is up to the platform.
Becky.
639.3 pounds on the bar.
Stay.
But I'm hoping for like $500.
What do you think, Liz? What do you think? What do you think? I think no.
Yeah.
Yep. Motion, yeah.
That was a good fight.
It was a fight. Okay, so tell us about that deadlift bar. You said you pulled with it before. You're pulling training with it? You can just try it a couple times?
So it's not at my gym, which sort of sucks, but I've used it at Al's gym and then I've used it here. So I've only used it twice. And each time it's like, feels way easier. Like I go with PR every time I go on it. Compared to like, I use the rope bar at my gym. So I do like the rope bar a lot. I think it's sort of like used, so the knurling's not as good. I love when knurling is like rough.
Right.
Yeah, because I mean, your fingers stay in place. It scrapes up your legs, but I mean, that happens. I mean,
That's what socks are for.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, you
Yeah.
gotta bleed in this sport.
That's right.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people just, the slack is so big, especially for guys that are lifting more. It's like the younger people just don't.
Well,
like they just gotta keep pulling.
Right. Well, another thing, sometimes what I notice is people give up really too quickly. Your body can strain for a good solid 5 to 6 seconds before you pass out. You know, a lot of people come here and they'll just get a little bit of tug and they're like, okay, I'm done.
It happens a lot. I've been taking pictures for a lot of people. Like a lot of people have not even pulled it over. It happens in a lot of their attempts the last few days.
All right, so this is a big one for Javari on it, 650.4 pounds. There we go. Yeah, downward motion, so it's gonna be no lift. Yeah, the thing about it is that Cash knows that too. So Cash can tell him, he's like, hey man, you had a little downward motion there. Yeah, Cash uses his handler. Yeah, so. Huh? So with advancements in bars, right, and being able to get in there and dive into the metallurgy, which is what, you know, Kabuki is kind of known for, they're improving the tensile strength of the bars while improving how much you can flex. So effectively what you're doing is you're improving the bar, and you said, you came right here and you said, I can PR all the time on the Kabuki bar. Compared to a deadlift bar, or compared to a power bar.
Yeah, it's almost like I'm in that like pause position before I'm being off the ground.
Yep. Yep. Oh, come on, I hope he gets this. That'd be awesome. Yep, there we go. He missed it last time, got this time. That's great. Hey, get your gear check. You're really excited for getting it. Yeah. Yeah. So the comparison for so for the folks that might not understand what a deadlift bar is, compared to power bar. So in your regular commercial gyms, you're dealing with all power bars, right?
Yeah.
Pretty much all power bars in your just regular old, run-of-the-mill commercial gyms.
There are better power bars
than those.
Yeah.
But typically they're not flexing.
No.
Power bars aren't made to do that. They're not made to flex. That's why USAPL sponsored it. That's why we bench with it. Now, the difference in a deadlift bar versus a power bar is it actually flexes as you pull it up. And you guys are seeing that now when you watch these big pulls, the bar's actually bending. If these were power bars, they wouldn't bend as much. They would still bend, just not as much. And so the difference is that you're able to initiate the pull and get maybe 5 to 10% through the pull before you actually break the ground, before you're handling the entire amount of the weight. So to your point, Liz, With the Kabuki bar, because the flex, there's a lot more flex in it, that's one of the reasons why I think people are PRing on the bar so much, because it just has so much more flex built into it. Yeah, you have to get more of the pull before you actually engage in the full amount of the weight. All right, Daniel Quack is up next. 440.9 pounds on the bar for Daniel. That's a good deadlift. Tony earlier today, the one that deadlifted 500 pounds and had the world record and didn't get it and got it. Were you there? Were you there for that? Yeah, last night. Yeah. All right, Grant out of Nashville, Tennessee gets that deadlift. So how do you think you pronounce this guy's name right here? Up next is Michael Hoptak. Yeah, right. All right, there's 490 on low of the bar from Michael. For his opening attempt. I'm not sure. So the question that Liz asked me is, why do I think people did it with knee sleeves? And honestly, I can't say. And you know, Liz, we probably have the same time in the game. You've probably been around as long as you've probably been around as long as I have. I've probably been around as long as you have. I've only been in this sport for like maybe 6 or 7 years. Okay.
I was a bodybuilder before.
Okay. So anyway, I don't know why people wear knee sleeves in the deadlift. I feel like it would get in the way of the bar. So especially, you want the bar as close to the point of travel, right? You don't want it to get out too far. You want it to get out in front of you. You want it as close to travel. Actually, when you pull, now are you sumo or a conventional bowler? So you're sitting way back. Yeah. So that's an example right there of something that happens to lifters quite a bit. So the head referee can't see the same as the side referee. So the head judge can't see the same as the side judges. So the head judge may give you the down command before you're fully locked out, and they think you're locked out and stood up. It never hurts to actually, when you get the down command, to just give a little bit of tweak. You know, you don't want to like overextend your back because you're gonna mess up your coccyx. But you definitely want to maybe just one last, make sure the shoulder blades are getting back so you're nice and erect. And for Igor, he definitely wasn't. His shoulders weren't pulled back. He definitely wasn't erect when he got that down. Yeah. And that's going to be a good lift for Luke. That was fast. So you've deadlifted with a Kabuki bar. Have you deadlifted like really heavy with a Kabuki bar, like close to your maximal weight?
No, I probably could have ever. That was on the plan, so I didn't want to like really come off plan.
I'm sorry, what was that you just said? So for everybody lifting that likes to train, what was that you just said?
I was on a plan. I have a coach, and I stuck to that plan. Did not come off the plan.
Oh, so okay. So we don't lift heavy all the time, is what you're saying?
Do not lift heavy all the time.
Really?
Do not let your ego get in the way. Do not lift heavy all the time. That's how you injure yourself.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah.
How about that?
How about that?
Who would have known? Who would have known that breaking yourself that leads to breaking yourself?
But I mean, I did. Pauses helped me on it. I did 363 for 2 for pauses, and it was like RPE like 7.
Did you feel a little whip at the top?
Slightly. But I mean, I feel like guys that are lifting more are going to feel it.
So that was a good lift for Derek. Up next is going to be Derek. It's the Derek and Derek show. Earlier, sat down with me and they were bench pressing. It was Derek, Kyle.
It's a squad right there.
Yeah, it was pretty funny. All right, so that's a good lift for Derek, number 1. Yeah, so some of the feedback we got last year on the bar is that the whip wasn't what they would expect for something that was flexing us that much. So they weren't seeing a lot of whip at the top on the bar. I just think those guys really got it figured out. I think they really dialed in, optimal deadlift bar design and metallurgy. That's going to be a good lift for Connor. Sergio is up next. 534.6 pounds on the bar for Sergio. The platform's ready for Sergio. Sergio's had a mixed bag of a day. He only got a squat opener, and he missed his third bench press, so hopefully he has a better deadlift day. Oh, not going to get that one. Not going to get that one. I feel like he knew it too. He was just kind of waiting for it to show up. So lifters for the deadlift, you'll notice some of them are electing not to wear t-shirts. That's permitted in the deadlift, as opposed to in the bench press and the squat, you have to wear a t-shirt, both male and female. In the deadlift, females are permitted to wear a sports bra if they want to, and males are permitted to go shirtless. And the reason for that is because your body's not touching the bar or the bench, so you don't have to worry about any fluids. All right, let's see what the folks say about Kyle. Good lift for Kyle. Kyle's lift, if you go back and watch it, you'll notice that when he comes up into full extension of the lift, the bar seems like it goes down just a little bit. So if the bar travels down because the lifter hyperextends the back, if you will, it brings the shoulders back behind the hips, which effectively lowers the shoulders, then that's not a cause for a red light. All right, Parker at 551.2 pounds. That's a good lift for Parker. Kyle Moore is coming up next, followed by Matthew Shen to round out Flight B. Kyle's attempting 600.8 pounds. So now I'm being joined by Albert. Liz is walking away. We were talking about the Kabuki deadlift bar. Have you pulled that bar yet? Yeah.
It's fun. I think it's more of a learning curve if you're assuming,
Really? So you notice this, you notice a little bit more whip with it than you would notice with other bars. Because some of the feedback I've gotten is that they've really got that whip dialed in, that they're not experiencing a lot of whip at the top. But your experience is different. Really? Maybe I'll get back here and play with them when it's today then. Deadlift in my kilt. What do you think I should deadlift in my kilt or like go put on some pants? Go put some pants on? Okay. I went to the EliteFTS compound one time and squatted in my kilt. I didn't get invited back. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I did deadlift in it though, but I didn't squat. All right, Matthew's coming to the bar with 633.8 pounds. You can, but it counts towards his time. Did he ask for it? The lifter asked for it? All right, got a little bit of rules question over here. So Daniel's going to come to the ball with 45 pounds. Right. That was a good lift for Daniel. Grant Argillian is coming up next. 496 pounds being below the bar for Grant. All right, Grant's deadlift was good. Igor Fernandez is coming up next at 518.1 pounds. He missed his opener because he just wasn't quite fully locked back. The shoulders were slightly round at the top. say about that one. Let's see if he gets that one. There we go. There we go. He got those shoulders locked back that time. All right, that was a good lift for Igor, by the way. So Michael's up next. 518.1 pounds to the bar for Michael. From this vantage point, I can't really see, but that was a good deadlift. All right, Sergio Villagran is up next. That was a good lift for Michael. Platform's ready for Sergio. 534.6 pounds low to the bar. He missed his opener, had a little bit up and down motion there at the top. Going to be a good lift for Sergio. Derek Sellis is up next, taking the bar to 540.1 pounds from Derek. That was a good lift for Derek. Luke Lovelady is coming on next. Taking the bar to 545.6 pounds for Luke.
260.
For Luke, Derek Stanley the same weight, so he's going to roll right into it. Derek's had a really good day so far. He is 7 for 7. 8 for 8 now. Connor Dalrymple is up next. 562.2 pounds being loaded bar from Connor. Connor stands up with it. That's a good lift. Kyle Laxamania. You think that's how you say his name? Laxamania? Laxamana?
I can't read it, so you're doing better than me. 270.
573.2 pounds below the bar for Kyle. He's out of Grayson, Georgia, trains out of a home gym, part of the Steel Society. All right, Parker Wilkerson's up next, 584.2 pounds below the bar for Parker. All right, here we go for Parker. That's a good lift. Kyle Moyer is coming up next. Kyle's coming in off of his first place finish at the Rust Belt Rumble at the 181 weight class. Platform's ready for Kyle. That's going to be a good lift. Huh? I can't see. I can't see all the time.
Hey, at least I go on
where there are 3 refs. All right, Matthew Shin is up next. 672.4 pounds of bar for Matthew. I wonder if we're going to see a 700-pound deadlift. What do you think, Jordan? We're going to see a 700-pound deadlift? You don't think so? Not on this flight? No? You're exhausted? How many more days you got? You got it tomorrow still yet? Oh, that's right. Tomorrow's Monday. I'm losing track of what day of the week it is. Yeah, well, the first day I did some. First day I refed. The first day I refed because we have enough refs to fully staff it and do the live stream. But I live streamed yesterday, I live streamed today, and I plan on being here tomorrow and Tuesday, but we may be in another situation where I got to put on my shirt. I like a little bit of all of it, you know. I like sitting here and hanging out and talking with folks and talking about powerlifting with people and having people sit down and chat with me. I like all of it. I like sitting and working the computer, you know, and doing the scores table. All right, here goes Matthew. All right, it's a good lift. We're back to the top of the order, taking a bar to 507.1 pounds for Daniel. All right, so now we're up to Grant. And Grant's attempting 518. Huh? Yeah, I know, it's never going to load. Wi-Fi here is not good enough for you to be able to watch the live stream. So I can't even watch my own stuff on the live stream. All right, here goes Grant. Yep. Good effort, but not quite there for that deadlift today. Michael Hoptak's coming up next. 529.1 pounds being on the bar for Michael. Who danced a little bit of Boys to Men? Or Belle Biv DeVoe was playing earlier. I was doing some chair dancing to Belle Biv DeVoe. Belle Biv DeVoe was on earlier. I was doing some chair dancing to Belle Biv DeVoe. All right, here comes Michael Hoptack at 529.1 pounds. And that's a good lift. Green light lights. All right, we're taking the bar to 545.6 pounds for Igor. If you remember on his first deadlift, he didn't quite have his shoulders fully back. A little bit rounded on the shoulders, didn't roll him back enough, so he corrected on his second pull. Let's see what it is for his third at 545.6 pounds. And not quite locked out. He knows it. Good effort, good effort. Luke Lovelady's up next. Bar is being loaded at 562.2 pounds for Luke. All right. And here's Luke. 562.2 pounds to bar for Luke. That's a good pull for Luke. All right, Derek Stanley's working on a 9-for-9 day, finishing out his day with a 567.7 pound deadlift. Derek Sellis is up next, taking a bar of 573.2 pounds. And not quite there for Derek. Sergio Villagran has come up next with 578.7 pounds in the bar. Out of Stoneham, Massachusetts, 578.7 pounds on the bar for Sergio.
I know where Stoneham is.
Where? there. Not quite there. Last pull of the day. Got a little excited. No reason to warn him as the last deadlift of the day. That was an F-bomb, that's true. It was very loud.
Can you imagine getting thrown out of the meet on your last lift?
He was very sorry.
He was very what?
He was very sorry.
I bet he was. I bet he was. All right, Connor Dalrymple's up next. 595.2 pounds in the bar. It's just me. 595.2 pounds in the bar for Connor.
Good job.
Def, I can't hear anything.
I know.
All right. 595.2 pounds in the bar for Connor. Heck of a fight. And that's a good lift. That's a good fight right there. All right, Kyle Loxamanya is up. No lift for Kyle. So Kyle applied.
He comes out like boxing was.
So Kyle had a cut on his hand, and he asked Andrew if he could cover his cut. Andrew gave him permission to cover his cut. International referee Andrew Yarakadu. But Kyle came out wearing a tape glove, and so he had to take it off before he was allowed to commence his lift. All right, we're getting ready to roll into Flight C here in a minute. All that screaming you're hearing over there is the white platform is in the end of Flight C, Flight D. Where are they at?
Let's go, Brian.
Yeah, so the white platform's on flight C. All right, that was no lift for Parker. That's correct. Kyle Moyer is coming up next. 639.3 pounds being loaded bar for Kyle. So what we're seeing here is a couple of lifters. The knurling on these new deadlift bars is really tearing up people's skins, both on their hands and their legs. We had the same problem. We had the same problem yesterday. In the last part of the day, all the bleeding on the bar, and so the lifters are cutting themselves on the bar pretty hard. And the rule book is very clear about bandages on the bar, but it's left up to the head referee's discretion. And it's kind of hard to say that. So Matthew Shin came up to the platform, and he had medical tape wrapped around his knee so he stopped bleeding. And so the question was, can you have it wrapped around your knee completely? Well, it's really up to the head referee to say. So the head referee made the call to have him take it off and replace it with just a small bandage that's on the front of the knee rather than medical tape all the way around. Yeah, well, that was on the hands. Matthews was on the knee. So the first lifter had it on the hands. And you're allowed to use tape at the discretion of the head referee as long as it's not providing any support. Well, the first lifter with all that tape in there, that was providing support. And so Matthew, unfortunately, doesn't have that one. Got a little cramp in his pec at that pull. All right, so we're going to really not take a break. Just roll right into flight C deadlifts. Kicking things off with Keith. 13.
I'm laughing. I'm like, if no one else is doing it, it's probably because you're not supposed to. It's probably not legal. Or everybody would have their hands taped up like a box.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to take a little bit of a break, just enough to get the referees rotated out. Right into flight C.
We don't have an expediter for a minute.
For what?
We don't have an expediter for a minute. Shipping happening.
Hey, Bruce, expedite. Can you expedite? Can you expedite for a minute? Bruce is going to expedite. Tanya's going to do it, Bruce. Tanya's going to do it. She's went to the bathroom for a minute. First for flight C. This is Keith Tillman. All right, Keith Tillman's up to the platform. We've got Bruce Takawa, the referee chair for USPA, actually expediting right now, so filling in for another great lift and run for the restroom. All right, there's Keith Tillman. That's a good lift at 297.6 pounds. Michael Regan is up next, attempting a world record. It's a world record. All right, Michael Regan's up. He's attempting a world record. At 347.2 pounds. We're waiting on Keith's attempt still, so here goes Michael, 347.2 pounds to the bar. And that's going to be a good lift. All right, Bruce, let's hit the 10. 145. All right. All right, now Bobby Brown's up, opening with 374.8 pounds for a state record. All right. 374.8 pounds to the bar for Bobby. And he stands up with it. That's a new state record for Alabama. Gianni Iandanza is up, 418.9 pounds in the bar for Gianni. All right, that's a good lift for Gianni. Wayne Collins out of Springfield, Oregon is up next, attempting 429.9 pounds. That is going to be a good lift for Wayne. Up next is Ezekiel Kaufman attempting 440.9 pounds. Platform ready for Ezekiel. a good lift for Ezekiel. Randy Fry is coming up next. Randy set the world record bench press at 160 kilos. Now here's the neat thing. The world record actually stands right now at 150 kilos. I'm sorry, 155 kilos. But another lifter set it at, he lifted 155.5 kilos and qualified for the world record. So if Randy hits this deadlift, that world record stands at 160. As long as he doesn't, have another fraction or pop positive on his drug test. And that's a good lift. So the 160 kilogram bench press world record is his.
222.5.
Jason Roberts is up next out of Waipahu, Hawaii. He's opening with 474 pounds. Yeah. That is going to be a good lift for Jason. And Sean is coming to the platform with 507.1 pounds in the bar.
Strength in Tampa, Peachtree.
Here we go, Sean. Stand up with it. Lock it out. That's a good lift for Sean. James Palermo is coming up next, attempting 507.1 pounds, so the same weight. State record out of Delaware. That's a good lift. Good lift for James. Terry Smith Jr. is coming up next out of LaGrange, Kentucky. By the way, he's that former University of Kentucky Louisville Cardinals track and field sprinter.
Let's go. Come on. Oh, yeah. We went hell of an extra second, make sure they saw it. Let's go. We want to make sure they were sure.
All right. Terry Smith Jr. up, 523.6 pounds in the bar. That's a good lift. Mason Salisbury is up next. Out of Apex, North Carolina, opening up with 578.7 pounds. And looks like he got his opener on that one. Yep, 578.7 pounds. All right, Kirk Wittenberg's up next, 585.3 pounds. Opener for a world record. It's a master 90 kilogram lifter. That was a good lift for Mason. Kirk Wittenberg, like I said, that was a good lift for Mason. Kirk Wittenberg is coming up next, taking the bar to 585.3 pounds for Kirk. All right, that's a good lift for Kirk.
Very good.
So what the judge is looking for when they're doing the gear check is open up the belt, make sure there's no padding on the inside of the belt because it's not permissible on the belts in USPA. And also, since Kirk is competing as a raw lifter, they're looking for any supportive gear underneath his singlet that he may have snuck in on us. Like I said earlier in the week, we didn't really see that at this level in USPA. There have been other federations where assisted gear has been seen at the national or world championship level, more recently actually, but not here in the good old USPA. We do hear stories from time to time from folks getting it at the local level or state level meets, but that's a good lift for Keith, but not at the national level or international level. And honestly, a lot of the failed drug tests come from competitors at the local or state level. We don't really see a lot of failed drug tests at this level of competition. How many failed drug tests we have last year, Bruce? Total drug tests. Failed drug tests.
Michael Reagan, this will be a world record.
Maybe I'll chat with
Michael Reagan, 280 pounds, 61-year-old from Eastern South.
Our drug test chair is here, actually, but I haven't had a chance to chat with him and find out what that looks like.
Master Sergeant from the United States Air Force.
All right. Michael's up. Working on a 7-for-7 day. That's going to be a new world record. Okay, here comes Bobby Brown. This is the Alabama State record for Bobby Brown. Platform is ready for Bobby. And that's going to be a good lift for Bobby. Johnny Iadanza. Johnny Iadanza is up next to make a state record. He's out of Louisiana, one of the founding members of For the Brother Martin Crusader Alumni Powerlifting. That's going to be a good lift for Gianni. Wayne Collins is up next. Taking the bar to 451.9 pounds for Wayne. That is going to be a good lift for Wayne. Ezekiel Kaufman is coming up next. £485 being loaded on the bar for Ezekiel. That was a good lift for Ezekiel. Randy Fry's coming up next. $222.5 kilograms being loaded to the bar for Randy. That's 490.5 pounds.
Let's go. All right, that's going to be a good lift for Randy.
Jason Roberts out of Wapahu, Hawaii is coming to the platform. Bar is being loaded at 501.5 pounds for Jason. Not getting that up off the ground today. James Palermo is coming up, taking the bar to 534.6 pounds for James. Here we go, James. 534.6 pounds on the bar for James. All the way, rock it out. Let's go. I don't know. 2 to 1 and 2 to left. From this vantage point, it looked like shoulders were quite locked back. He wasn't standing quite erect, but I'm not on the platform, so what I see doesn't matter.
He is passing on his third attempt.
Let's go.
Nope. No lift for Sean. Terry Smith Jr. is coming up next. Taking the bar to 562.2 pounds for Terry Smith Jr. All right, here comes Terry. And that's a good lift for Terry. Made it look pretty easy. Up next is Mason Salisbury. This is a world record for this master lifter in the 90 kilogram weight class at 595.2 pounds.
State record at 265.
brace. Barr's getting a little bit in front of him. Looks like he rescued it. Let's see what the judges say about that. 3 LS, it's a good lift for Mason. Kirk Wittenberg is coming up. 622.8 pounds on the bar.
277.5.
Whoa! All right. Here comes Kirk, 622.8 pounds. And not quite there for Kirk. All right, Keith Tillman at 341.7 pounds on the bar. Back to the top of the order. It's going to round out Flight C deadlifts, and we're going to go straight into Flight D. Got 12 lifters, and we go straight into Flight D. That is going to be a good lift for Keith. Michael Regan is coming up. This is a world record attempt. Michael gets this lift, he will be 9 for 9. He'll walk away with 2 state records and 1 world record. For Michael. The judges say that's going to be a good lift, 2-1. Brown's up next. This is a state record for Bobby. 440.9 pounds on the bar. That's a good lift for Bobby. Wayne Collins is coming up next out of Springfield, Oregon. He trains with the Forever Strong Powerlifting out of Springfield. He'll be attempting 474 pounds for his final goal of the day. There for Wayne. All right, Gianni Iadazza coming up, attempting to break his own state record that he set earlier in the day at 205 kilos. He actually owns the state record in the squat at 182.5, the bench press at 90 kilos, and the deadlift at 205 kilos. So this will break his own deadlift record. All right, Jason missed 227 on his last one. And that is nailed to the ground. He is done so. All right, Randy Fry's coming up next, attempting 230 kilos. That's 507.1 pounds. That's going to be no lift, soft knees on Randy. Ezekiel Kaufman is coming up, same weight for Ezekiel. So what the referee's looking for there on the deadlift is when you're standing fully erect, the knees to be locked back, shoulders to be in line with the hips and the knees. Looking for all three of those things to be in line with each other, all the way down to the ankles. All right, here goes Ezekiel, 507.1. It's a good lift for Ezekiel. Valerie didn't think he was locked out. Sean. Terry Smith Jr. is working on a 9 for 9 day, going to finish out his day with a 584.2 pound deadlift. All right, here we go. 584.2 pounds on the bar for Terry. Yeah, he likes it. Look at him grinning. 9 for 9. All right, Mason Salisbury is up next. This is for a world record at 611.8 pounds, 45 years old in the 90 kilogram weight class. That's going to be no lift for Mason. Right, that's gonna be no lift for Trey. I'm sorry, no lift for where that last guy was on the flight. Forget. I was being asked some questions offline. All right, we're gonna get the referees rotated out. I'm gonna run off really quick, take care of some paperwork, be back. The action with Flight D, kicking things off with Trey, followed by Samuel, Timothy, and then Dennis. right, so that was a good lift for Trey. Samuel Santos is coming up next at 474 pounds. The platform's ready for Samuel.
Can you see somewhat well past me? Am I in your way?
I don't know. I can hear you.
Am I in your way?
No, don't worry about it. All right. That's going to be a good lift for Samuel. All right, coming in the same way is going to be Timothy Odell. The platform is ready for Timothy. And that is a good lift for Timothy. He's getting a little bit talking to about his socks. His socks got to be all clear up to your knees. So he'll get that lift, but he's not going to get any future lifts for those socks. Run over to the SBD table, get him some brand new socks. They're still open for business. Platform's ready for Dennis.
He disappeared. Go up 2.5.
So Timothy Odell was told by Tanya, the head referee, that his socks wouldn't work for his next attempt. And he immediately ran off to, that's going to be a good lift for Cole. He immediately ran off to get some new socks without putting in his next attempt, which means his next attempt is going to be for a 2.5 kilo jump. By default, if you miss your attempt and you don't select the next attempt, you'll repeat. If you make your attempt, you don't select your new attempt, you'll take a 2.5 kilo jump. So preparation is very, very important. And then understanding the rules, also pretty important. Unfortunately for Samuel, or Timothy actually, unfortunately for Timothy, that's didn't work out for him that round. He got the lift though. And Cole Krishak is up. 545.6 pounds on the bar for Cole. That's a good lift. Up next is going to be Abdul Latif Anini. that's going to be a good lift for Abdul Latif. Jordan Antunez is up next, attempting 573.2 pounds. That's going to be a good lift for Jordan. That's a good lift. Up next is James Deacle.
Wow.
And James is coming up to the bar with 584.2 pounds loaded. Nicholas Elias coming up. That was a good lift for James, by the way. 595.2 pounds in the bar for Elias. Out of Chesterfield, Ohio, trains with the Rust Belt Barbell crew. That's a good lift for Nicholas.
And the one before James, the 290 is a steak.
And Timothy is up next to the platform. Break before we call Timothy to the platform. Oh, you got some socks. Huh? Yeah, that was a good lift for Timothy. Samuel Santos is coming up next, attempting 501.5 pounds. platform's ready for Samuel Santos, 501.5 pounds on the bar for Samuel. Get a little bit of that nose torque over there from his coach before he comes out to the platform. That is going to be a good lift for Samuel.
We have a fourth attempt coming for Junior Martinez on the right platform, world record attempt, 7:56. That is
And Trey Blackwell's coming to the platform next, 507.1 pounds being loaded on the bar for Trey. That was a good lift for Trey. Dennis Quentinbo is coming up next. 512.6 pounds being loaded bar for Dennis.
Let's go. Turn it up. 7.56.
That's a good lift for Dennis, 512.6. Cole Krychak is coming up next. And 578.7 pounds for Cole. That's a good lift. Jordan Antunes at 595.2 pounds for his second attempt. Oh, so close. So close. All right. Abdulatif Afeni is up next. 600.8 pounds on the bar for Abdulatif. 19 years old, pulling over 3 times his body weight. That's a good lift from Abdulatif. Nicholas Elia is coming up next. 633.8 pounds being loaded on the bar for Nicholas. Nick's pull. 633.8 pounds. You know, set up. To his feet position. His hands on the bar. A little primer tug there.
Come on, Nick.
Big air. Settle in, brace that back, and push the floor away, stand up with the bar. Good looking deadlift. Everybody lights. All right, James Deckel is up next. 639.3 pounds loaded to the bar for James. That is a good lift for James. All right, so now we'll go back to the top of the order. Get the bar loaded for Samuel. 512.6 pounds. Platform is ready for Samuel. And not quite there for Samuel. Timothy Odell at the same weight. Gonna shore up the plates there for Timothy. So how many failed drug tests have there been this year?
So far this year, we had one yesterday. I didn't show up.
Oh, he didn't show up. Huh? He left early?
Bad failure.
Yeah.
I think that makes, I want to say 7.
7 this year?
So far this year, yeah.
It's pretty rare to have them at this level, though, huh? Yeah. All right, here's Timothy's third and final deadlift at 512.6 pounds. Come on, Timothy, lock it out. Stand up with it. And let's see what the judges say about that. 3 white lights, that's a good lift for Timothy. Dennis Weinbo is coming up next. We're taking the bar to 534.6 pounds. So Tony Rodenberg, right, Tony? Tony Rodenberg is our drug test chair for USPA, and he just told me that we had 7 drug test failures so far this year, and we're just under halfway through the year. One of them was actually yesterday at this meet, which is quite surprising to me because at this level, you think folks would understand that they had to show up to drug testing, but this lifter didn't show up to his drug test, so that's an automatic drug test failure, which includes a $500 fine and a lifetime ban from the USPA drug test division. And that's a good lift for Dennis. Trey Blackwell is coming up next. 540.1 pounds being loaded bar for Trey. So yeah, when a lifter doesn't show up for a drug test, it's an automatic failure. A lifetime ban from the drug tested competitions in the USPA and a $500 fine. They'll be able to compete untested once they take care of that fine, but until then they can't compete in USPA at all. All right, here comes Trey. Trey's going to be one of our very few 9-for-9 lifters today. He makes his pull. 540.1 pounds. And nope, not quite in him to make that deadlift today. Cole Krishak is up next. We're taking the bar to 595.2 pounds for Cole. Platform is ready for Cole. Cole had a really, really strong bench press. Super smooth bench press at 185 kilograms. And then the world record is 190 kilograms, and he attempted to break that. That's going to be no lift for Cole in his deadlift. He attempted to break that with a 195 kilogram bench press, so just didn't quite have it in to get that. Rather than taking a chip the record attempt so he could get a world record at 190.5 kilograms, he decided to go for broke, go for 195. So a full 5 kilograms more than what the record was. All right, here comes Jordan. We've got 4 more lifters to finish the day on the blue platform. And that's going to be no lift for Jordan. Abdulatif Afini is up next. 628.3 pounds on the bar. Guys, it's nearly 4 times his body weight. Correction, 3.5 times body weight. Wow. That's a good lift for Abdulatif. All right, Nicholas Elia out of Chesterland, Ohio is up next. Getting the bar cleaned off for Nicholas.
This is flight B. This is running up day 3 of the Advantage 2020.
All right, 644.8 pounds on the bar for Nicholas. By the way, he's being handled by Kashmir Hughes, who pulled a whopping 711 at 164 pounds body weight. All right, locks it in, gets that brace, back is nice and solid. No lift, no lift. All right, James Deacle is going to round out our day with a 305 kilogram deadlift attempt. That's 672.4 pounds for James out of Statesboro, Georgia. Quite there for James. All right, that rounds out the day here on the blue platform at the USPA drug-tested national championships in Atlanta, Georgia, brought to you by SBD and Goggins Force. Thank you for hanging out with me today. You could have done anything on your Sunday, but you chose to spend a little bit of that time with me, and I really appreciate it. We're going to be back here tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock Eastern time for day 4. Not sure which platform I will be on, but I'll be back here doing some sort of color commentary tomorrow. So I look forward to seeing you then.